mostly through logic. So you can still attack the idea of that God through logic. So like the logical problem of evil, you can say, prove through logic that God doesn't exist. And that's what I wanted to talk about, because I hear this a lot from Christians. And Christian was on the stage and he said that you can't prove nor disprove the existence of God, but you can prove that at least certain conceptions of God don't exist. So, for example, in 2010, there was an earthquake that killed 300,000 people. So I'm just going to call that a natural evil. So the way this works is if you think of some greater good in mind that he's trying to reach, and, if you think that it was necessary for that good to occur, that he must have done this earthquake, that was necessary, then it means it just entailed from that he could not have done it, which means that he's not all powerful. That's just a flat out affront to omnipotence. He couldn't have done it another way. So there is something that he could not do. But if you say it wasn't necessary, the earthquake wasn't necessary to obtain greater good, then you're saying that he's not all good. Because therein lies an unnecessary or a gratuitous evil, unnecessary evil. So either you have to say that God is not good or that God is not all powerful, and therefore God doesn't exist. So there are lots of ways like this that you can prove logically at least certain conceptions of God don't exist.
Hey, Elliot, I want to address the one thing as far as like how you said like how God used to like get drunk and they're like more human. And I agree. Well, that's a fact that deities were like more human, but I don't think they became like interstellar because of the growth of technology, because we could go all the way back to like 700, 800 BC where people are still like in the realm of like those kind of gods you're talking about. But when you look at the Jewish conception of God being like interstellar and he's not walking around with arms and legs, he's kind of incorporeal, that kind of started back then, right? So there wasn't scientific revolutions during that time that would have pressured them to do that. I think there's other reasons why they chose to Yahweh more incorporeal, as opposed to like more human-like. I think the main reason is just to like separate themselves from the other nations. Hey, our God is so above your gods. Your gods are still like doing stuff humans do, but our God transcends all of that, right? So.
Okay, this is the Atheist Gong Show. Theist Low IQ Read a Book Show.
John, and then we had this hateful trash bag dude. Like, there's a lot happening today, so yeah.
Oh God, here he comes, John. If you come back up, don't disrupt the stage. No, John.
No, don't make that leave. Don't bring him back up here.
The thing is when I was like, I'm about to leave now, and you were like, don't go. I had to threaten you. No, Martina, no.
I don't want to leave.
I ain't got time for this bullshit. It's 2026. Ain't nobody got time for this racist ass shit.
Okay, back
we
to
be
the
fighting
movie.
for our lives out here.
The reason for me, it's just that he likes to take a subject and then he runs away with the room and he talks for way too long.
Finger up there and see if there's any nuts up there.
Oh my God.
Dirty, yeah, you have to take it real dirty.
Yeah.
Moderators, it's Saturday night. The Shabbos is coming to a close. I'd like to request permission to read a 60-second poem, if I may. Hello, moderators. Can you hear me? I was asking to read a poem for 60 seconds, if I may.
I heard you accent. I'll read it for away.
In poetry, especially in Japanese poetry, there are no nouns, only verbs. So, for example, in the two famous verse, the old pond, a frog jumps in, sound of the water. A frog jumps in is not a clause, but an adjectival phrase qualifying sound. Pond is vitally speaking a verb. Sound of the water is a verb. In the beginning was the verb, not the noun, the active and created, not the passive and created word. When Oliver Twist asked for more was a verb. It was the French Revolution and the Russian Revolution. But me no buts or humph is a language at its most powerful. In the Chinese language, the distinction of parts of speech and the concrete and vivid power of the Chinese characters makes it clear. Is not tree, but a tree. Treeing is not so much. There is a fire as eye weeping or water eyeing. In this sense, Chinese, especially written Chinese, can be called the best of all languages, just as it is the best for Zen. And if ever the Japanese or the Chinese give up their hieroglyphics of their culture with them, we must suppose that in the order of time, verbs as their exclamatory form arose first. To primitive man, the outside world expanded and contracted, thrust itself upon him, or escaped at every turn. He imagined all these things. He imagined his world, and his world imagined him. At this time, things spoke to him in their often silent language, and he spoke to them in his, which was also often silent. In the beating of his blood and the expanding nostrils and clenched fist. First, he began to imagine himself separate from outside things, just as he had imagined himself one with them and would one day feel homesick for that unity. Now language is to come into existence. There are no words separate from himself, sounds separate things. Nature is always speaking. Even when Regal speaks, that's nature speaking with sounds or by other means, maybe farting. Himself, Regal is no royalty. He's barely even regal. He's white trash. Each man now gradually becomes more and more isolated in his hopes and fears, hungers and satisfactions from his fellows here on Clubhouse. But the falling waters have the same familiar or ominous voice, and the men around him make the same zoo-like, school playground-like noises here on Clubhouse. Men are joined and are rejoined by language. Later, language itself becomes separate, and you might even fell a man with Webster's dictionary, if you could lift it. To join, to separate, to rejoin, to reseparate. This sexual, centripetal, centrifugality is the essence of life, the essence of Zen. A word is a real word because it is not a word, because it is a thing which is a real thing, only when it is not a thing, when it is a word. The charm of language, that charm out when, which, as Emerson says, nothing conquer me, consists precisely in its separate and separate character. In the Shingon sect, the separateness, the intrinsic power of words is declared. The Jodo sect also rides us safely to paradise on the word Namu Amida Butsu, Namu Amida Butsu. In the Zen sect, words are publicly denounced as being like men themselves deceivers ever. But the truth is that both are right. The Word, the Logos, is God, and yet not. And syntax are like the ponderous tomes of theology that Hazlitt's father used to read during the winters in his remote parish. They are comparatively a dream, but a dream of infinity, the resurrection, and a judgment come. Perhaps something should be added here about figures.
Goodbye. That dude is really afraid of people. Like, really. Daniel, I'll come over to your house, dude, if you want. I'll sleep on your floor, dude. I'll even cook you dinner. You know? People are so fucking afraid of a sure human communication. You know, sitting around the fire like we've been doing for thousands of years and cooking food.
Oh, I apologize for reading a book instead of talking all the time here on Clubhouse. Some of us choose to read books, you know? We don't just talk endlessly forever.
I've asked him nicely to stop adding me to his houses. But I keep leaving the houses. He keeps adding me. I don't know why. I asked him nicely, bro. Stop.
Stop adding me to your houses, bro. Adding me to your houses.
He didn't do it again.
He just wants the attention, man.
He just
Can't
wants
blame
the
him.
attention.
He doesn't get much of it at home.
Projection.
No, I'm not a bad guy with him, but I asked him nicely to not listen to the houses. That's it.
Projection.
Don't
add me to your houses.
Never said any of those things.
You know what's funny? They'll sit there and criticize you about not spending enough time with your kids, but I hear you spend nothing but time with your kids. Making pancakes in the fucking morning for them. That's amazing, dude. That's awesome. But, you know, maybe he's a little bit jealous of that.
Which is very rude of you, Rico. In a small room that's not addressing it. My kid wasn't home. She'd gone to her dad's.
Are you the she? The fire that burns? Oh, it is. Okay.
Daniel.
Oh, you guys don't know what I am.
Are you the Holy Ghost?
No. I don't think I'm going to heaven when I die. I think God's going to give me my justice. And he's going to allow me to torture every single you motherfuckers. Every single thing you ever done in your life, you're going to pay for. Everything.
You think about that? I didn't. Yeah, you're definitely going to.
Yeah, and I'm going to be right there with you, pursuing you, chasing you. Just don't.
I'll be running from it. Yeah, it ain't gonna happen. I'm gonna run faster than you.
When you see me in hell, dude, you
How
know.
old are you? Like fucking 48? Yeah, a little bit younger. I can outrun. I got better cardio.
I hope you have good cardio.
Are you really 48?
I'm going to stab you 25 times in the same spot.
Holy moly, you definitely from fucking New York. You got that little fucking accent going on.
All from Massachusetts, you dipshit.
Same shit, dude. Fucking
I just want you to see my PCR before I leave to the toilet.
Yeah. Queers for Palestine over here.
Don't talk about me. Oh,
Eliza was making a no-CM inference to Mario.
No, I wanted to ask, how do you think the first person came up? So you do believe that the first human to ever come up with the idea that there's a higher being was his way of interpreting an event that he didn't understand?
I don't know, like, it's hard to put, like, was there actually a first human who had that idea? I don't know. That's actually a trickier question, but putting that to the side, I think that they were trying to explain the world around them, and that's how the idea formed, right?
Because it's very widespread, so it had to start from somewhere. Where do you believe the start is?
It could have happened in multiple different places, like independently. It could be something that's sort of like, well, there's this really weird idea about like the bicameral mind and stuff like that. And in that sense, it could have been like just built into, and that's true. I'm just saying some people think that's true. What I'm saying is that we have a bias towards agential explanation because of our sort of intimate familiarity with ourselves as agents, right? So like he's like mediated to us via like our own mind, we're an agent and so on. So we have this bias to attribute agential explanations.
What really happened, so I think that's one thing that I'm having a lot of trouble in trying to have genuine discussions on what's going on globally is just what's the game that's being played, honestly, and what are they on?
Thank you. I used to host a lot of conversations in Minneapolis. A lot of, how do we work together across our differences, conversations for about, oh my goodness, about, and one of the things that wound up being really surprisingly useful was we started out talking about, sometimes we would have concentric circles, almost like a fishbowl, where people would be having the conversation, and the invitation was to sit on the outside and join the circle at any, to be listening for when were we actually talking about some kind of objective truth, where there was evidence that was measurable, hard to dispute. When were we talking from a subjective truth of what I individually believe? What about a normative shared truth? What do we believe? And then we get to define, who's the we in all of that? So, and then what's the complex truth? What's the truth that that somebody's gonna pick up on because it's really useful, and it's what we're up to. When you talked about, what I really heard you saying was, what are we actually up to? Are we discussing what's actually going on? In which case, it's helpful to be able to have some shared, if possible, narrative and understanding of what objective truth. Can we know what's objective going on? Is it even possible right now? Or who do we believe, which then becomes a normative truth. Oh, I believe this particular news source because they agree with me and I agree with them, and that's part of what my tribe is in. Is this a subjective truth because this resonates with what I've lived with and feels really familiar? And are we about trying to come to shared agreement or to be able to tolerate each other's objectivity so that we can actually be in the room together and move forward on the overlapping shared interest that has nothing with what we share and believe or what we agree is objectively true. That was a surprisingly useful frame for being in dialogue and acknowledging. Are we trying to build a shared consensus reality and do anything together, in which case we're in trouble? So that's what came to mind.
I think I'm teaching in that makes sense types of lies. Intentional deception, linguistic turns of phrase. There's all sorts of things that are lie that aren't just like, no, my name's not Briar. It's
And I think it's interesting to think about the truth. And I still, God, I love this quote so much. It was said in passing, almost as a joke. The person who said chef named Babish. He goes by Binging with Babbage. And I just will never forget the line when he said, the only truth we have left and access to is our own subjective experience. And I think that's true. So we're trying to use other tools and develop things, subjective experiences, to get to a shared reality that we can kind of play and have common discourse experience. And that's so much harder than it might seem initially, I think. But John, I noticed you come on up here, and I'm curious if you'd like to add into the conversation.
Hey, Briar, in my PTR, I'm holding up a book by Ayn Rand, The Virtue of Selfishness. And I had never heard it put this way, but she writes, when I say capitalism, I mean a full, pure, controlled, unregulated, laissez-faire capitalism with a separation of state and economics in a way and for the same reasons as the separation of state and church. A pure capitalism has never yet existed, not even in America. Various degrees of government control has been undercutting and distorting it from the start. Capitalism is not the system of the past, the system of the future, if mankind is to have a future. So I had never heard it put separation of state and economics. And so I think that's what I realized is my biggest complaint about what I would consider hypocrites, meaning that most people are unaware of state economics, and they're operating out of a position of complete ignorance. They think it's like due them or owed them or it exists for them or they are that existence. So I'm just saying, how do you view church and state and economics? Because if you're a libertarian, is it a hybrid model? Is that the optimum model, or are we completely upside down?
1 second. That's interesting to dissect when people are looking at models of economic and political and economic economies and roles and ways of governance. Can you draw the line, John, of how you are connecting there from what we were talking about? Like, how did you get into two?
Oh, just based on what I heard you two talking. Wendy went for a while, you went for a while, and I didn't know I had to follow some type of like programming schedule or format for you, so I apologize if it's a strong juxtaposition.
Yeah, I think that the goal of terms is to kind of have a theme, and I think the theme of this is more in line with the topic. So I think like later on having a discussion, or if you see that connecting with like staying grounded, and dealing with dishonesty, that might be good. But it feels like that's a bit of a jump. So maybe having discussion.
I don't think so. I think it's the bedrock of all of our problems. The fact that we don't have sound moral currency, that we're 40 trillion in debt, collecting 5 trillion and spending 7 trillion a year. That's the basis of what I would consider one of the primary reasons why our society is not exchanging knowledge, why our society is not trading.
Give me the slow down about 3 steps so I can see if I can follow you. How does being in debt connect to not exchanging genuine information?
Because people who are trying to exchange genuine information don't realize they are on a platform of disingenuousness, that the currency, because it's not pegged, and that we can essentially, with any new government, just inflate the financial system in the same way that Zimbabwe had to create $100 trillion notes. We're doing the same thing that Zimbabwe did, but we're much bigger than Zimbabwe.
Gotta go back up. How does that affect, like, when Wendy and I are talking, right, and we're trying to exchange honesty or some other mode of communication, can you connect to me how, like, sovereign debt or economics just draw that one thread, not another example of Zimbabwe or even a negative impact. How does truth erode in correlation with, say, sovereign debt?
Because it is a unified system, especially through property. To support the education that the teachers union is putting out. You're forced into compliance, otherwise your county sells the house out from under you in a tax deed sale. So that in alone shows that there is no real representation or equality. It is a system, and it's based on law and precedents, etc. So I'm just trying to give you an example.
If I try and do the best interpretation of what I can and can, what I'm hearing from you is that you feel these economic systems are unjust and unfair and yield poor results. And I suppose the implication is in those poor situations, it's hard to access truth. Yeah, Wendy, I noticed you flashing your mic, so feel free to jump in here too.
It was a mistake, but I have been thinking about a connection that I'm making between, John, what you're saying and what we were talking about prior to do with motivation. It's if someone's motivation is to preserve a pattern, in which case sort of a pattern of extractive capitalism or something, then everything, including truth, is in the service of that goal. And so it's not about connection or rate. It is about setting the conditions for this pattern to survive. And this pattern sort of so that's what I was hearing was, what is our motivation? What is our motivation for engaging with a complex truth? And when is it that what we say, what we espouse is really just in the service of advancing a point of view?
Well, there's no guarantee. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Brett.
Please.
I was just going to say there's no guarantee of continuity, of patterning. So, if you believe that society and the theory of society should hopefully propagate and continue the continuity of consciousness, whether it's cultural or economic, whatever. I'm just trying to say that there's no guarantees. And so I used AI today to create an AI city roadmap, a city and a society based on AI. If you've ever seen the movie Raised by Wolves or the television series on HBO, it's about an android mother who takes a colony of young people, humans, and goes to live on other planets, and there's a war and all this stuff. All I'm trying to say is those people lived in a society based off of AI commands. And so, you can go to any room on this app, and all day long, people are engaged in political debate. And I just think that in the future, there will be less ideology and more priority. Like, have you ever seen the movie THX 1138? It's an underground society. It's the first George Lucas film before Star Wars. It's about an underground society, fully automated, that uses chemicals to modify their consciousness to maximize survival. And I'm not that kind of like weirdo who believes in that type of a system. I think like we're here for 2.5 billion seconds and then you're gone. So I'm just trying to, enjoy the ride.
Yeah, I think this might be an example of one thing that gets tough is I think if we don't have a common connection, truth becomes hard to ascertain because there's not a standard that we're holding things up in relation to. And so I think sometimes on here I hear conversations where it feels like there's different, like you mentioned, Wendy, it's both like motivation, but also like an expectation of what the game is, which relates like so explicitly to the motivations. So I think when you're right that there's these endless political debates that kind of happen on here, a lot of times they're meaningless in terms of shifting anything. Their meaning is to engage in something where people let go or develop some sort of like emotional, well, an experience. They're just wanting to fight or battle out endlessly. And there might be a few that are trying to evangelize or convince people of shifting their positions. But I think people are playing those different games. So even coming up with the truth of the situation, like when somebody says, you know, their team's the greatest football team ever, they often don't have like a metric. It's just how they feel, and they want that to be true. So there's this theory called emotivism. And it's like when we make moral or ethical or truth statements, whenever you're being a motivist, you're really just saying like, this is how I feel. So if you say like, it's good that, I don't know, it's good that everybody has a house, you're just saying, yay, houses for everyone. I like this. This is fun. You're not making anything deeper than that. So if you say like, we shouldn't kill, it's the same thing. Like, I don't like killing. That's ugly. Don't want. I think it's hard to ever admit that. And I think there's a degree in which we're trying to escape vulnerability. And so when the truth threatens our opinion, then we want to erase it. And when we want other people to accept our truths, I think we try and shape truth so it matches our opinion quite often, which is, I don't even think it's necessarily wrong, but it creates a world in which whatever's happening isn't grounded in a reality that we're going to have to face. And so I think we're experiencing that, like in the U.S. when, you know, we've gone to so many wars over false pretense, and when we don't solve the problem that was there and there was no problem there and we create a new one, eventually you got to face that. And I think the world right now is living through kind of this this moment where truth is secondary to desire. And so there's consequences to that. We're all living through it.
I mean, the military-industrial complex wars, like, I used to hate George Bush, you know, with a passion, or I thought I hated him. But it's so hard to know, you know, in the long scheme of things, was he right? Was his actions, you know, good? I mean, I don't think so. I personally think a limited response of, you know, even more lethality with limited funding is the proper response. I think war has to be economic, and we've exhausted ourselves 40,000 times over. So I'm just saying no one really knows the truth. It's very hard to know. And in the long scheme of things and in historical, you know, narratives and epochs or hundreds of years and thousands of years, who knows? Maybe all these wars are for peace. Maybe they're not as bad as you think they are, because there's even worse realities than the reality.
I don't think there's a problem with trying to make decisions considering through the lens of temporality. Because if you're like, there's this problem of infinite recursion. When you go in the future and you say like, okay, they said that this country was pursuing nuclear weapons. We now know that they were not pursuing nuclear weapons. And in fact, when they had said they had evidence, we know they know that because they prepared documents expressing that it's a lie and they had counter evidence. So for example, George W. Bush, we know he went to war under false pretense. We know after we went there, it was false pretense. And we also know that internally they knew it was false pretense. They planned on how to manipulate people to hide the fact that it wasn't true. So sometimes it's nice because we have conclusive evidence something's not true and it was a lie. So it is a true statement that they knew there were no nuclear weapons. There were not weapons of mass destruction. They did not have evidence of that, but they did want to go to war and use that as the reason. So we can know that, right? And then when we go, well, who knows what the future will foretold? That is actually the truth. We can't make true statements of an unknown nature. And the problem is, you know, whatever the change might be. So we go to an unjust war. It's horrible. It's awful. But but it catalyzes the whole world to never go to war again. That's conceivable. We go to that same war, and then it motivates everyone to never trust anything ever again. And so we can't develop peace because we don't have shared understanding. That's possible. We can look and try and say the past would have been the results. But I think the deeper problem is if we try and make decisions or meaningfully consider unknown potential futures, we're literally, it's like asking, I don't know what the next fiction book will be. What might it say?
No, I get it. I'm just saying it's still just everybody's opinion. There's really no facts. And Marcus Aurelius says life is opinion, universe is transformation. So people can spend years being hyper political and highly polarized to be left or right. And what I'm saying is that experience, in terms of we were to like suggest better experiences, I think it sucks. I like the world of poetry and, art and mixing that in with politics. But if you're, anyways, I'm just a critic.
Wendy, any thoughts on this?
Yeah, one is that, for many, many years, I worked mostly with artists and artist organizers, and I'd walk into any given room, and the shared assumption would be that there is nothing beyond our subjective reality. And then, although ironically, people would agree that there was nothing other than our subjective reality, which was then a shared truth. But then I would work with engineers, and the shared belief is there is nothing other than an objective reality. And yes, there is truth. There are facts. Gravity. I mean, we wouldn't be able to have built planes, that fly in the air if there wasn't some shared grounding in what are the conditions that would enable something that huge and enormous to fly in the air. So, gravity does exist and momentum does exist. So there is, and on one level, and then there's sort of hanging out with a lot of deep meditators who would also agree that everything is a projection of mind, form, feeling, perception, mental formations, consciousness. It is all, and even that sense of self is a fusion of these different elements, and that all that exists is the individual component. So I feel like I'm rambling, but what I'm trying to say is that having worked a lot as a dancer, I have a lot of agreement with people that there's some objective reality. That we've learned that as a dancer, if you bend your knees before you jump, you're going to get less injured in a body. And that's based on, just facts about how bodies function and gravity. So the idea that, I think, Brian, when you were speaking about, there's just one moment when I realized, when you were saying we know that there were no weapons of mass destruction, we have that evidence, and I thought, and we know that. And where my mind went was, who is the we? Because I'm sure that there could be people in this room right now who are saying, I don't know that. And that, I think, is what, so when you talk about staying grounded in post-truth, I think it's staying grounded. We are not grounded in a post-agreement about what is true. And whereas before we used to get all of our news from ABC, NBC, CBS, we all got news. There was one source telling us what was true, and people, depending on what news source you wanted, they were all saying the same things. And what we now call the legacy media. I mean, there was a lot of rigor in research, in investigative journal, but everything was still being skewed through what are the intentions. So I don't think I've had that as strongly as I'm having it in the station, is that what we believe, is so much tied up with what we were doing. So I love when you said that we shape the truth when it doesn't match our opinion. And so what is it? What is it? What are we actually... I feel like a Saturday night routine. What are we up? What are we doing? What are we up to? Are we just trying to confirm, to use the truth that confirms my own belief, or are we actually interested in discovering something that might be more connected to reality? And I do personally believe there is reality. It's informed by perception, but that
Wendy,
pour hot water.
Wendy,
and it's gonna hurt.
Wendy, I've heard it said that life has to be pure chance, on like the infinite cosmic number scale, and therefore it's total joy. Like, I think people should be ecstatic that your existence for 2.5 billion seconds on average, is just total random chance. That all these people walking around who really think that, God in the Garden of Eden created Adam, and that is the genealogical and genetic till the now. I mean, to me, that's amazing that people really think that. But anyways, I'm just saying, Wendy, the good news really is joy. And I just think too many people ruin their joy experience with their ideology and their ideologue polarized position, and they don't see the natural order. And that's why I brought up currency and the debt, because we are inverting nature by doing it. We're spending people's generational wealth 100 times over. We've probably, just in the past 10 years, spent as much as the entire American existence has generated in GDP. So I'm just saying that things have gotten really effed up since 2000, and it's all because of 9/11 and the actions that we have decided to plunge ourselves into for the 2000s. And it's historical. They wanted to control the Silk Road. I mean, that was the plan in the Zabrinsky papers. So it didn't work out, and they got chased out of town.
Wendy, I think there's something to your point on how, like, you were talking about dancers and how they engage and the truth about the knees. And there's this book, I think the title is The World Doesn't Exist and Everything Else Does. And it's a weird title, right? And everybody's looking for an evocative title. And I started reading the text, and I got what he was saying. And basically, the idea in this book is that there is no unifying thing that is the world, such that it's a single thing that includes everything. But yet everything that we would consider real and unreal objects, all these different things, they exist. There's just not one shared domain. I don't know that I agree with it, but it's just an interesting idea to think that, like, oh yeah, everything out there exists. There's just not some singular thing it all exists in. It's disparate existence that can't be overlapped.
No, there's not. It's the opposite of that.
Just a second, John. And I think that's when you're talking about the dancers and the conditions, like, there's a thing from certain traditions that, especially some mystic and some more, I think more commonly Eastern traditions of philosophy, that embrace the idea that there is no objective order. And they lean into this thought about there being more, the universe is consciousness and things like that. And there's one way of seeing that, like, that's the primary way how it works. Then there's another way of saying, oh, the world is this very materialistic, physicalist thing. But I think probably there's some truth to saying those two things exist, but they're not each other. And they can influence each other and interact with each other, but they're different parallel domains. And, our subjective experience and art and the way we feel, and that being the only thing that matters, that can coexist with your point of, like, but bend your knees. Like, otherwise you're going to get injured. And then when your body snaps, it snaps. Now, what does that mean to you? Do you care about it? How do you feel? What was your emotion when it happened? Like, those can all be real or subjective or, you know, whatever we want to categorize them in. And recently I've been taking to this, like, real and unreal. So, like, you know, if I ask you to, like, give me the coordinates and the math behind freedom, on what level, you know, like, give me your exact numerical rating of anxiety right now. You know, when we compare watching a sunset versus drinking a nice soda, which one is just, I don't know, purple dye, right? It doesn't make sense. They're questions that don't correlate. And that's why if you go to a doctor, they're if you've ever had that thing where they come and they're like, okay, give me your scale on a 1 to 10. Where, like, 1 is the most innocuous thing ever and 10 is the worst. They're trying to take something objective to your subjective experience. And so I think just putting them in different domains and acknowledging their existence and saying they influence each other is really powerful. So, like, to your dancers, right? A lot of dancers aren't very wealthy. So I've done a lot of shows, make a lot of money, but there's some. And it's not entirely uncommon in the art world that the people putting on those shows run out of money. And they're not the greatest. If I went to your dancers and was like, oh, you were owed $100 for this show, but I'm going to give you $1, but subjectively it's as good as 100. Most dancers would say, close it, I want the 100, I can count it. And I think that's when, you know, we have all these times where the material world runs up against our subjectivity, and likewise, our subjectivity runs up against the world. And I think it's just, that's where, like, you'll hear people who don't feel this way. I was giving the Jewish man.
So it's like a fantasy of yours?
Hey, Danny. I came to bust in that hut.
You're fucking weird. You're like a cocksucker.
Full Jewish man in New York. I think that won't kill me.
I don't know, Danny. You keep posting that I'm Anton LaVey on Facebook. What's the deal with that? Hello? Jeez Louise. Everybody thinks I'm Anton LaVey now. I'm not Anton LaVey.
What in the
Danny, you want like another Muslim, Danny?
Kissing Muslims?
That's what she says, bro. They said she kissed another Muslim.
Gross. Islamic cooties.
Say that, bro.
You're more invited to Egypt.
Yeah, I'm invited to Egypt.
Hey,
I'm here. I never
sense like he's objectively correct. If it doesn't feel good to him, it doesn't feel. And then, yeah, you know, I think that's where it's important to separate them, is we can argue, like, you know, okay, demonstrably, nobody found mass destruction. Internal reports that are found say they didn't have them. Nobody's found them. We found no documents in Iraq. In fact, we found them talking about not having, planning on dealing with that. So all the material evidence says no. I feel like they must have had them.
But Breyer, you're speaking as in a software program with code. We're talking about humans with emotions and political power. You're talking as if we're just robots, and they broke the code. Hello?
John, just a moment, yeah. So I think it's easier to understand these situations if you put them separately. And I think some people are conscious and aware of this, and that's what, like, propaganda and marketing and manipulation and advertisement can be intentionally. Trying to make something physical that is real and tangible and share it with people that tries to influence their subjective experience. So in turn, they'll change their behavior and do something real and tangible in the world. And that's why I think this is like something to understand, because you can go to school and studies. You can look at like the power of economics. You can go through social theory and see the effects on people. So I think it's real and obvious in the end. John, I think you'd wanted to say something if you'd like to chime in on that.
Yeah, I was saying that. Like, with regards to the weapons of mass destruction, um, life is just, it's horrible. It's based, so much of life and war is based on deception. And, we're talking about dirty businesses here, which is going to other cities by the thousands to fight to the death other people who would oppose us, with their weapons. So it's very violent. And I'm just saying, you speak as if like you are the creator of the universe. That, oh, we know that it was all a lie and it wasn't proven. Okay, well, you're talking still about millions of people, and it is a global community, and it is a global political community, and the world is very small now. So when somebody in a city far off is doing all types of villainous shit, and they're involved in all types of illegal activities that the global community doesn't like, well, guess what counterintelligence and intelligence operators will do? They will propagandize to make you look like an evil person so we can legally go in there and take you out. I'm just saying, you speak with such naivete as if you've never even been on the street. Hello?
John, one of the vibes in here, I mean, I'm not sure whether the naivete or what exact point you would disagree with, but there's a lot of rooms on Clubhouse where people like to just sit there and like banter and argue, and maybe they're having frustration. Toss elbows a little bit. And in fact, I think that might be most of Clubhouse at this point in time. But with the cases, I actually try and avoid that. So feel free to give a bit of a vibe check in here, because I'm sensing that desire to throw elbows and be on an energy level. And I usually don't, it's just not the type of space I curate. It's not any better or worse. It's just not the ones I like to hold. And I know how to kind of moderate and keep it a good sphere. So just try and check that a little bit if you possibly can. So for example, we're agreeing a fair amount with what I was saying. I think you were saying that you think that to cause harm to others, and that governments and agencies will attempt to paint somebody in a certain light, justify killing them or going to war with them. That seems to actually align very much with what I was saying. I hear that you didn't like the tone and timbre for some reason based off what I said. I'm wondering if you notice that agreement, and if there's a reason why you chose to frame it as a disagreement.
Well, when I came into the room, I asked, about Ayn Rand and her quote about separating state economics in the same way that we separate church and state. So, then you said, oh, well, what the hell does that have to do with what we're talking about? And you got a title that says dealing with dire honesty. Maybe that's close to dishonesty, or staying grounded in post. Like, what the fuck is post-truth? There is truth, and there is not truth. There is good, and there is evil. There's beauty, and there's ugly. So you're framing, sir, of whatever the fuck dishonesty-staying is, and whatever post-truth is, it's my opinion that you're an ideologue, and you're completely brainwashed, and, I don't know why people even entertain, a lot of your opinions, because the truth is they're not in nature. They're not grounded in economics or running a business. Do you know how to run a business, sir? Have you ever run a pizza shop? Have you ever made a profit per pizza? Hello?
John, assuming it's not just trolling, I can hear how upset you are. And I hope, if you're going through deeper stuff, I think a lot where people react like this, I hope you work through it, man. It's tough times for everybody, and if you need a message in the back channel, or you need to get through something, feel free. But why do you think people do? Why do you think people come through these rooms like yourself? Why do you think they spend time here? Why did you choose to? What are you hoping to get out of it? Because I feel a lot of need from you, man. It feels like there's a lot you're going through right now, and I'm just wondering, why would you come here and engage?
Oh, well, see, this is just the way that I choose to use the app, which is generally mocking people. Because I like to read books, and I generally find that the information in all the books that I have is far more useful, valuable, and interesting than people's incessant, never ending opinions and takes and political propaganda here on this app. It's just my opinion.
Why are you coming here and spending your time?
Oh, because this is a target rich environment with little intellectual wokeists who can't run a pizza shop. So to inform the elite intellectual liberal that you're not even grounded in reality and your philosophy sucks because you're you and you don't get it.
Are you making a sure, like obviously it's a parody of those talking points that you did. Are you trying to seek attention? And times are hard and you need to trying to criticize something that you normally feel powerless to do in your day-to-day life, or trying to be heard and it's hard when you host a space to get heard. You know, I'm wondering how much you're able to engage with like why you choose to do that. And it's easy to give a superficial answer and troll, but like, you know, it's pretty easy to sit and kind of see a little bit deeper. I'm wondering if you've ever done that.
I'm wondering if you've ever done that. And I don't, I was going to say some other things about this app. One thing is, it's layered. Two, information transfer on this app is very slow. Hello?
You very, very much. If it's in your flavor to consider actually answering that question. Like I can feel kind of what's going on, man. And I often wonder, why? What do you get out of it? And Wendy, I think you wanted to chime in and go for it.
Yeah, I would love, John, if you to hear what you thought about Briar's question, just because I might learn. And so I don't know. I know it's not your pattern of how you sounds like of what you said about sort of how you engage on the app, but it would be an act of generosity, and I'd be really curious. So if you, and I'm curious what you heard of Briar's question, whether you even heard it the same way I did, whether we have a shared reality about it. I'd love to hear first of all how you heard Briar's question, how it landed on you, and then where
Wendy and Briar, you guys are wasting your fucking time.
Hello?
It's okay, you know. Let Wendy's not wasting her time.
How is it a waste of time? You're here talking. This is what people do on this app all day, every day. How is this a waste of time?
You're a weirdo.
Oh, I'm a weirdo. Weird.
Hold on. I get it. But indulge it for a second, and you know, you're a friend. It might feel weird. I just
came up to say, don't waste your breath, but if you want to, go ahead.
Yeah, no, John, I wonder, and Wendy was asking for that gift of generosity, which you could or couldn't do, you know, it's your life. Yeah, what did you hear the question? If that was something you're able to hear, and if so, what did?
Well, you said, you made a logical error earlier when you said that you think reality is like decentralized in a way. You put it a certain way, and only the way that you could probably put it. But the truth is, with regards to your question, there's just not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. And if you really understand that, you might look in the mirror and say, fuck, John Kitover is right.
Wendy, go ahead and make your second one. Yeah.
John, it would be a gift that you may not want to give, and maybe if maybe it would be. I would really love to hear what you heard of Briar, what the question asked of you, uniquely you. Question he didn't ask. I've never heard Briar ask of any other human being, and he asked this question of you. First of all, there's no shame, no blame if you didn't hear the question. But if you heard the question, I'm wondering what you heard Briar asked. If you didn't, if you'd be even more.
How many times are you going to keep asking me about this question? How about we just refer to the title of the room, Wendy? How many times are you going to keep asking me about this question? Hello?
Okay. Yeah. Oh, I think what you said was that what I just heard you say is, I'm not interested in that. I'm not interested in going there. That's what I just heard, and autonomy, freedom, agency. That was just a request, and I think, yeah, and I'm learning, and I think part of the reason for that also, I think this might be related to what you're saying, Denise, was that I've been in rooms where people came in holding the stance that you're holding, John, and there was a way in which there was a welcome, and what happened was, over time, that intention to engage in the way that I think sounds like is your pattern, John, started to shift, and I've learned so much from people sometimes, and I think people who some of us in this room know, one of them who popped into this role a little early and then heard what was going on and popped right out, who I think walk on the app in a similar stance to how you're walking, John, and one of those people I've learned so much from once you step down from the way you're engaging. One thing that show up as more fully authentically him, this guy is fucking brilliant.
What's his name? But I know who you're talking about.
I don't want to lose access. When you are John, you're engaging, I have no access to what might be.
Well, Wendy, let me ask you this. I mean, can you even tell me one thing that I have said here today that you found interesting or intelligent?
But then there is this.
Oh, here we go again with the bending of the knees to take a jump. Hello!
There was something you had said about this larger reality.
Here we go again with knees to take a jump.
But it's fact that when you said there is no fact, there's no such thing as fact. Like so there's that. And when you said some of the things about this
just leave the room.
Between sort of this data and economics. And right now I've been taking a bit of a deep dive into market humanism, and so I'm listening to you and saying, what might these mean for
I mean, Wendy, you do realize if you ask the population, how do you generate a profit? Cost of goods sold minus expenses equals, basic concepts of equations, math, just basic math. And you can't get around basic math. And eventually, there will be no more government services because all the money will go to the banks in interest payments. There will be nothing left. The banks will control everything.
I think that there's two levels for me of what's happening in this conversation right now. So one is, there's at least three levels. One is, what is the intent? And I thought, Briar, I was really curious when you said, this is the way I like to hold rooms. And it really brought me up to this whole thing about intention. What is the intention that we carry into being in these rooms? And I realized my intention is human connection, is to connect and to grow and to learn and to clarify my own thinking. That's kind of what I'm up for. And I have no idea, like all these other people in this room, somebody who's anonymous, dreamer, and all these like what draws us, what keeps us. So there's that, and then that's one level. What's the motivation for being here? Another one was the nonverbal dance that goes on. There was the one moment, John, when Brian was talking and you jumped in and you spoke over. And I thought, that moment was a very revealing moment. It was like, what is it where we stop listening and I do it. I jump in and I take over because whatever's driving me is more important than the existence of the other people I'm in a relationship with. So then there's a cadence of song going on.
Interesting when you notice that kind of cadence, I can tell when I'm recording. Yeah, and you notice that what we're trying to do with our voice and our patterns will shift as well. Like I do that really hardcore and and it depends on the level of, as I speaking to that, like performing theory and everything, where what are we trying to perform and show off? Are we trying to show off dominance? Are we trying to show off combativeness? Are we releasing latent frustration and pent-up aggression? Are we, like there's always something we're kind of doing, I think, when we're speaking. And I think a lot of times there's a lack of like meta awareness of what we're engaging and talking about. John, for what it's worth, it was a serious question, and as other people have mentioned, I think you're kind of enjoying that.
Well, Briar, my chief complaint.
Just a second, John. There might be more of a depth. Well, maybe it's exactly what you want to do, but there might be something of depth that you're missing out on. Like you said, there's some other people that engage that way till they found something else. And man, like again, Wendy, I think I know who you're referring to very much. The first time they cried together in a room, talked about some pretty heavy stuff, and they still troll and do their thing. And I think Miss Lady probably knows what we're talking about as well. There's some real depth there, and that's one thing I found with people that like to systemically like troll and do certain behaviors. It's interesting. Like when somebody comes in and they're predictable, it's interesting to try and look at, okay, what's predictable and consistent, what's inconsistent. And what I found with a lot of trolls is I think it tends to be people that feel disenfranchised in their life. And whether they want to express opinion.
Yeah, that's an all or nothing statement. I hate to break it to you, but that's an all or nothing statement. And in cognitive behavioral therapy, that's a cognitive distortion disorder.
And I think that what you notice, like in this, is that there's a desire to mask the authenticity and vulnerability in like I don't even call it. It's like an armor or something that comes off to being like that way. And I often wonder, like, because I did this for a while online when I was younger, and I played video games, and I liked the game, and I liked interacting with people.
Have you tried reading a book here?
Say like the most ridiculous over the top self-deprecating things, and I just wanted to stop. And I think it was because in the end I wanted to find decent players that would challenge me. I wanted to have fun, wanted to make a community over time, and I was just annoyed and hurt. But instead of like expressing that, our society's taught us that that's too much. Then we troll, or we like do these sorts of behaviors. So I'm guessing from what John's saying.
Well, don't you know what comedy is, Briar? It's a category, and it's a huge category. And what do you think trolling is? It's just comedy. It's the prank call show. And some people do a lot of different shows. They do the Prove to Me God Exists show. It's always just a gong show. Hello?
So is your desire to be recognized as somebody who's funny? Are you wanting to engage in the humor, or are you wanting to call out the humor in the situation because you find it inauthentic?
No, not at all. I do what I want to do, and that is my will. And the point that I'm trying to make, hello? Well, let me finish up real quick. Hello? All I'm trying to say is, I still don't know what the fuck your title, Dia Honesty Staying, grounded in post-truth even means. It just seems to me like an intellectual liberal reverse engineering words. Hello? You haven't even asked me my pronoun.
There was a moment of genuineness, and I could hear it. Like, if you listen really carefully, you can catch that even with like the trolls and stuff. I think you are frustrated with other people's communications, and you want, I'm guessing, you can tell me if I'm wrong or right, and I think it might be too vulnerable, I understand, that you want attention and acknowledgement for who you are. But I think you actually might want to genuinely point out a hypocrisy that bothers you. And like acknowledging the hello bits.
That could just be projection. I don't know if you ever, think about what you say. You just say it. But maybe if you listen to the recording of this on my YouTube channel, you'll say he was right. I was projecting onto him. I was just projecting onto John Kitover. It's a me problem. It's not a John Kitover problem. That's a you problem. That's your projection onto me. And we finally got it out of you. Hello? And other projections?
I think the deflection is like, you have to pay attention.
Oh, deflection. Okay, Green Bean moderator. Okay, Dr. Green Bean. Deflection. Okay.
Where other people are annoyed or in the room or stuff.
Well, deflection, that's again projection onto me, claiming that my deflection is my projection when it's really your projection and your deflection.
For a second. So yeah, I'll avoid the crazy trolly behaviors, but I think Wendy and I are indulging in a little exploration here, so thanks for those either.
Oh well, don't just entertain yourselves with me. Talk to Jimmy. Jimmy's a real schmuck. Jimmy is one of the dumbest people I've heard on this app. Talk to Jimmy in his big stupid brown hat. It's too big, Jimmy. Get a new hat, or you gotta tuck the top down. What kind of hat is that, Jimmy?
Got it dealt with. Okay. I have a policy on people not insulting others. I
just didn't like the guy's hat.
Kitty playground.
It was just a hat.
You know what's interesting when you get close, Wendy, to if you listen hard enough, like Bruce will say, if you
so hard.
Really practice intentional listening, you can find something out about
you can find out something secret they dropped. Some little secret thing.
I think it's really hard. And if you just
I feel like I'm being civilized. It's just shocking.
Or whoever that they're running their eyes to get that, it's seeking a call.
That was a troll for this guy.
But it can be interesting, like you said, to try and just
super interesting. We got so close to his intimate
if
soul.
Life is rough and you ever want to hit me up in the back channel.
Oh, if life is rough, you can call me. We can talk. I'll be your therapist.
And if
I hope things get better. Projection again. Projection again. Call me anytime, cowboy. Call me anytime you feel like you're sad. Call me anytime you feel like you're sad. Bye, Briar. Great room. What a waste of time.
I thought it was hilarious. And then I saw Daniel up here, and I haven't talked to Daniel in forever, and I want to say hi to you, Briar, so I just came up to say hi. That's it.
Great room. What a waste of time.
Gotcha. How's your day going?
See, you knew it was coming.
Yeah, I've been thinking a lot recently about.
He's been thinking a lot.
I know you're in the room. Just the way right now, even in that performance, right? There's this way of engaging in, whether any of the comments are genuine or not. There's such a privilege.
One of the dumbest people
behind performance of a role. To not have to engage with the vulnerability of being genuine or accountability. I was trying to explain to somebody actually earlier that term kayfabe from professional wrestling. It reminds me of that, because you can be mad about things that aren't serious, but you have control over. And I was thinking about how you can always protect yourself by having this degree of distance. That it's not what I really mean I'm really saying. And you notice this a lot, like actually very seriously with politicians nowadays. It was a move that I think we're evolving, particularly in the US, where it started with the "I'm just kidding, can't you take a joke?" And I think it's a move that a lot of people do, and it's like testing the waters. It's pushing that Overton window. And I think sometimes that might be the trolling as well, is to see like, what can I get away with? What's the window of possibility where you can explore and push things without like being vulnerable? It's a safe way of kind of testing things. I don't know if y'all noticed that. I'm curious if anybody has any commentary or thoughts on that.
Yeah, I don't think it's. Yeah, I think you're overthinking it. I think it's just the art of bullshitting, and some people have it, some people don't. Some people are funny, some people aren't. Some people can make a joke and it offends some people, and some people they crack the fuck up. So it's, in other words, a joke is for 50% of the room. It's not for 100% of the room. Being serious is for 100% of the room. So it's risky. Do what you're talking about, but it could be deflection. It could be to protect. You don't know unless you try out the art of bullshitting. It's an art. You gotta try it out. I think you'd like it there.
Think about the difference between bullshitting and comedy. I mean, like, when you say bullshitting, I assume you mean it in a really colloquial way, but have you ever heard of the book On Bullshit? Or the Ray Fink's article about it? Like,
no, I'm talking about like looking at these guys and just sitting out there and just talking shit. Like, yo, get the fuck out of here, you fucking weirdo. Fuck you, you fucking fuck. Like that kind of shit. Just hanging out bullshit.
yeah, so there's two levels of bullshit. There's kind of that, right? Which is just most people don't mean what they're saying when the humor is
There's 17 levels of it. Saying like, what you doing? There's like 20 ways to say what you doing. It's what you doing. What are you doing?
But so there's two levels. Check this idea if you haven't heard of it. There's a guy named Frankfurt, and he's a really interesting philosopher. And he talks about this. He writes this. I think I first saw him on Jon Stewart, to be honest. And he writes this book called On Bullshit, and he writes this paper that gets really influential. And in it, he talks about he coins BS and bullshit as a serious philosophical term. So not just like you're saying, right? And to him, what bullshitting is and I'm very influenced by this. I think it's an idea that's pretty interesting. Yeah, we read it too. It's like there's lies, and then there's like performance, like on stage and in poker. But what bullshitting is it's talking as if you were saying truth, while acting out and performing where everything you say isn't grounded in truth or a lie. It's just a performance to an end.
That's what you do.
So like poker might be interesting because it's kind of like in poker bluffing, right? Like you need everybody to think what you're saying is true. But you're not trying to say anything true, you're trying to win a hand at poker. And I think in poker, why it's okay is like we all know the bluffing is going on.
Okay. We just had a great session with Dr. Breyer, our therapist. He said we could call him anytime we need to. Hello?
Indoctrinated into to be like, I want to have a natural
People like that don't care about that. But he believes that certain races are better than other races based on certain characteristics.
Yeah.
Now, if he
I don't even know if I could call him a racist.
Then that would make him racist.
I don't know if I could even call Pepe a racist because he only does that on Clubhouse. He probably has a black friend that doesn't even know that he's on Clubhouse.
In real life, he's a bitch.
Yeah, to paraphrase it, look, it's more like an ideology. Hey, Pepe wants to. Pepe, go ahead.
Well, I mean, I do have.
What is your defense?
I do have beliefs. I wouldn't say some groups are better. I have, like a supremacist feels like when I hear the term supremacist, it means like I'm above you. I should rule over you. Our people are superior in that way. I am somebody who thinks that the different groups have different. The distribution of traits is not distributed evenly across different groups, and so that's more or less my viewpoint. But with that being said, even like, let's say, for example, a controversial opinion I would have. This part isn't controversial, but at the time you take IQ tests, at the time you take standardized tests, we see a disparity between blacks and whites. Whites do better at the time that they take a test. Now, an argument would be from some people that like, oh, well, it's because of how they were raised, the quality of their education, yada, yada. But and some people would argue that it's more, there's more of a hereditarian explanation. But regardless of that being said, like white people...
A hereditarian? You mean genetic?
There's a distribution of traits, and so most white people are within the realm of average. Some, have quite a bit that are stupid, and then you have, some...
How long is this stupid monologue going to go on for?
Go into the audience. Amazing.
Oh!
So then you have a really small minority that is like really smart. Now, of course, with black people, it's the same. There are black geniuses, and there's black stupid people. But I don't think all racism.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I move. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I about me. Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by their brightness. Mine is the red triangle reverse with the sign given of none save thee of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman. Mine is the garment of white sown. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, fallen scourge of God, the vast one might be. Is the head of the hawk. I bear the rose and cross of life and I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be thee. Mine is the head of the hawk, and 6, I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each abrahadabra, remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell
turn gold in your eyes. My whole night broken too. I was lost in the noise, and now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can start believing. Wisdom of your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I am. Every wound gets named and it fades in hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can start believing. Wisdom of stronger than I knew. The fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old broke in two. I was lost in the noise. Now I'm learning how to stay close, quiet, loud. In the middle of the day, stop thinking. Let it fall. Take the deepest breath. Hold them all. Hold it close from the feeling. One more second, you can start believing. Wisdom of God, now wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every gets named, then it fades in the hush. I don't 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you keep breathing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God. Stay near if I break. Pull me through. Teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. Tell my life, tell my love. I breathe in your holy calm and the storm in my head. Lays down like a pall. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Hold, let it go, go, go. You are the answer. It's love, now it's love. Of God, I'm yours. Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble and the whole room. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. All for 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Stay.
is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet, with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt, like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking, and your problems take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9, stay. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, the axle of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But we are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, oh azure lidded woman, bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, master of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast. And in his woman, called the Scarlet Woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. to my secret center, my heart and my tongue. 7, behold, it is revealed by Imus, the minister of apartment. 8, the cups is in the pool, not the pool in the cups. 9, then the cups, and behold, my light shed over you. Let my servants be few and secret, they shall rule the many and the the manifestation of Nuit to the unveiling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. Is infinite. There is no difference. 5, help me, O warrior lord of deeds, in my unveiling before the children. Now and in my secret centers, my heart and my thought. 7, behold, it is revealed by I was the minister of Orpakrat. 8, the cast is in the pool, not the pool in the cast. 9, worship, then the caps, and behold my light shed over you. 10, let my servants be few and secret, they shall rule the many and the mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, light and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none, save thee, O Lord. By the Lamed I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sown with gold, the flashing of day that I wear. Double power in the voice of the Master. By the word I invoke thee. I know dark waves of music, the song that I made of hope and hope. Strike the master chord, flaming sword, child and conquering lord, oh, avenger. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, and strike thy cheek. Sword I invoke thee. Voice of the fire, the voice of the sea. 11 are the voices, Abrahadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoked it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead, my mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoked it. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke it. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none of thee, O Lord. The Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sown with gold, the flashing of eye that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I know thee above me. Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by their brightness. I know thee. My triangle reverse this time, giving of none, save it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the name I know thee. My the white stone. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk. By my head, I invoke thee. I am the only begotten father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By me shine the diamonds of faith and pure. By their brightness, I. Mine is the head of the remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, or twilight, or in the ether, or through the air, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be there. Mine is the head of the hawk. I bear the rose and cross of life and vocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of under the earth, on dry land or in the water, of whirling air or of rushing fire, and the scourge of God, the vast one, might be mine is the head of the hawk, abracadabra, and ends. 6, I bear the rose and cross of life and light. Giving the sign, teaching abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and death and scourge of God, the vast one, might be You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my whole night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, and now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can start believing. Wisdom of your touch is a steady on the dust of who I am. Every wound gets named and it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step. Gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, not learning how to stay close to your quiet light. In the middle of the day, stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath. Hold them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can start believing. Wisdom of God, now it's yours. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Hold, 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 let it go, go, go. You are the answer. I needed to know. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named, then it fades in a hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. Deep breath, one breath, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking. Stay near if I break. Pull me through, teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. Tend my night, tend my life. I breathe in your holy calm, and the storm in my head lays down like wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, rise above. Hold, 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 let it go, go, go. You're the answer. I needed to know. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, I'm yours. Wisdom of God is now joy of heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet, with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. All for 10, not 11. is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet, with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt, like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking, and your problems take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9, stay. Now you know that the chosen priest, that axle of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the God of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon. But him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But we are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, oh azure-lidded woman, bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto now ye shall know that the chosen priest, my soul of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast. Then is woman called the Sky Woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men.
obvious to someone who's looked. So when we get into the Russian collusion, air quote conspiracy, what it really boils down to is the idea that Trump was colluding with various Russian actors in order to help him win. And there's a ton of evidence pointing to that.
What proof of that? No, but you have no proof of that. Yeah, but the list showed nothing.
You don't even remember the list.
Let me just
tell me what the list says.
Hold on. Let me end this once and for all. Hold on. End this once for all.
No, let's go through the list.
Well, there's no
list if you want the truth, right?
Hold on.
So let's go through the list. Don't make me
Robert
jump,
Mueller.
right?
So if you're hold on, if you're Robert Mueller said under oath. Now, if you believe Robert Mueller's lying under oath, that's a different story. Robert Mueller said under oath when asked the question, "Did you find any direct communication between Donald and any member of the Russian government?" No. Said okay. So where did you say he colluded? Well, people in his orbit, we believe, spoke with members of the Russian government. And he went to outline it. So, when you say he was colluding, how was he colluding? Well, he was colluding because other people nearby him. So that's guilt by association? Got it. So a friend of yours is a murderer, and he's a good friend of yours. That means that you believe in guilt by association.
This is bad faith. Who's Paul Manafort?
Well,
to
no,
Trump?
so
Who was Paul Manafort to Trump? And what were the alleged
Robert Mueller lied under oath? Robert Mueller lied under oath?
Well, hold on. Rerun what your own quote was. He didn't say he thought Trump was innocent. He said he couldn't find evidence proving he was guilty. Ask you again, is OJ innocent?
He said,
because you just want to deflect, and you're doing a fucking good job because you're doing your best effort to not look at the truth because it's your God. Meanwhile, we all know for a fact if this was a Democrat, no one would be bending over backwards like this. You are fucking startling right now. This is disingenuous as fuck. No, I asked you a question. Who is Paul Manafort to Trump?
You have a question, and then you shut up.
Who is Paul Manafort to Trump?
I'll answer
He's his
I'll answer
friend.
yours. If you
He was his campaign fucking chair. Are you serious?
Oh, okay.
He was his campaign chairman. What the fuck are you even? Oh, he was some random guy. He's like some guy that Trump knows. Shut the fuck up. You shouldn't even get to talk after saying that. You shouldn't even get to talk after saying that. You just said he was some random guy.
Speak truth.
Holy
Hold on.
shit. And you cut me off. By the way. You cut me off. Oh, Robert Mueller testified that he couldn't prove it. What? Where's that?
Hold on, King.
You never testified he thought it was
Yeah, I never said once.
We gotta diffuse this. We need one mic.
Yeah. So let me.
We're gonna let King talk, then Truth. Calm down a bit, Truth. It's not that serious. Trump's won.
So just to be clear, I said that Robert Mueller said under oath. He never said, so this guy lied and said, you said that, he said he couldn't prove it, guilt. He never said that. I never said that, he said that either. So that was a lie right there. So for a guy who's truth, he just lied that I said that. So I didn't say that. What I said was, and the exact quote of Robert Mueller is, when asked, did you know, or is there any evidence or any communication? He said no. He said there's nothing that we were able to find. And he also said later, if you listen to his testimony, that there's no inclination that Donald Trump himself spoke. However, he did say people in his orbit did. And then he went on to explain the people in his orbit. Then, and the later question was, Donald Trump aware of these activities? He said he did not know if he was aware of these activities. Okay, then a question came to him. If you watch his testimony, it's testimony right when the report came out. And this, they also talk about John Podesta, who was the chair of Hillary Clinton's campaign. And they asked about conversations. They said, yes, he had conversations with foreign governments, including Ukraine. Said, oh, okay, well, there's also evidence of things that the Ukraine did. He said, well, we weren't able to find evidence of any connection between Hillary Clinton and Ukraine and those allegations. We did investigate them, but we were unable to find. So according to Truth, that doesn't mean she's not guilty of colluding with Ukraine, which is an offense. So the point I'm getting at here is that you have a person under oath who was in charge of investigation saying he didn't see anything, but in these people's circles who had connections to some of the most nefarious people all around the world, and they were at high levels of their campaigns. These aren't people. I was giving you an example, saying if you as a person are associating with someone, even a VP of your company or someone who's doing something nefarious, that doesn't mean that of what that person's doing, unless you were involved or you were instructing that person, or that person was operating at your interest and says they were operating in your interest, or there's some evidence that they were operating in your interest. So that is the point that he brought up. Now, he did say he felt that pointing to Paul Manafort and other people being arrested. At the same time, he wouldn't exonerate Trump also, because he just said he didn't know and he couldn't find it. He also didn't exonerate Hillary Clinton, her involvement with Paul Manafort, John Podesta, and her connections to Ukraine. So I'm just saying that there's no evidence to show what was in both those areas. You don't have evidence. So you have a belief, and that's fine. You're entitled to your belief. That's all.
Okay, so, and this is why I opened with OJ, right? Because in court versus what's common sense are two different things. Everyone understands this. That's the whole innocent before proven guilty. Second, random people in his circle. This was literally his entire fucking campaign staff, including his son, Donald Jr. Like,
yeah, but there was no proof that they ended up conspiring with Russia in order to help them win the election. That's the.
Let me finish, please, respectfully. Just let me finish. So when we go through, right? So here's what we know for a fact. Here's what was proven. Russia was interfering in the election. That's not even contested. If that's contested, now we have to go do it.
With Donald Trump?
Hold on. No. With Trump Jr. Hold on.
With
Trump
Russia
Jr.
collusion
Why did you make me listen in for 5 minutes and you are so biased? I'm literally 2 words in and you're interrupting me. And then you'll say, calm down. Let me fucking finish. God. I know I'm not here to say what you want me to say. I'm here to say what I have in my head. How good is that to throw me off, bro? So, Don Jr., and this is how I fucking know you guys are biased as fuck. Imagine this is his son is involved and you're like, well, I don't know, guys. Let's defer to assume he's innocent. Just fucking say you're biased and let's move on. At this point, you don't care about
you know what? Truth is right.
Then let me fucking finish. Then let me finish.
Can you hear me?
So we got Trump Jr., Jared Kushner, fucking finish.
Truth is right. Hold on, Truth.
God damn it.
Everyone,
Trump
listen to
Jr.,
Truth.
Jared Kushner, Paul Manafort. That's his wife's husband, his son, manager of his campaign.
Wife's husband?
No, but Trump didn't know. Trump didn't know. No, the person he's putting in trouble, he knew. The chairman of his fucking campaign knew, and his first son knew. But he didn't know. He didn't know, guys. And that's me being unbiased and honest. I swear I'm not just riding fucking Trump's nuts. Nothing he does is ever bad.
No, actually, I'm conceding Truth. You were right. Well, Donald Trump's son being on the board of an energy company while he was serving in office is disgusting. And to say that he didn't know that his son was getting involved in these Chinese activities and Chinese companies and actually colluding with those countries and trying to ensure that the outcome that he wanted so he could protect himself from getting in trouble in those countries and using it, I mean, that is just disgusting. And that should, Joe, I mean, he is right that the fact that a president or any elected person's kid would do that kind of shit means that that person must have known. And thereby, the sitting vice president at that time must have known that his son was involved and that a prosecutor was going after his son was there, that if he fired that person, it would benefit his son. I agree with Truth. I'm going to agree with him that Trump probably knew all this stuff. I'm hoping he's going to agree that Barack Obama and Joe Biden both knew what Hunter Biden was up to and what he was doing with all of these countries and what he was doing with the companies in these countries that was doing that shit. If he's willing to admit that and say that these guys sold the presidency and sold the vice presidency, I'll consider Truth an honest player. But if he doesn't, then he's just a fraud.
Well, bro, I'm no
It's my turn, Truth. Hold on, it's my turn. I get an opportunity.
I mean, can I speak when you're done without being interrupted for 30 seconds? Anybody hear me? Anybody? And stop being gasping. Like, why are you getting mad? I'm only cutting you off after you listen for 5 minutes patiently. Like, what the fuck?
Ready? Joe, go ahead. Or is it my turn?
Well, I was just going to make the point. Look, we know the whole Russia collusion story comes from the Steele dossier. At first, it was paid for by GOP operatives, largely associated with John McCain. Then it was hired by, then Fusion GPS was hired by Perkins Coie law firm, which is Mark Elias, which is a notorious activist lawyer. He was working on behalf of Hillary Clinton. We all know this comes and stems directly from being political opposition papers that were intended to try and frame Donald Trump as working in collusion with Russia. He was colluding with them to win the presidency. Now, years later, we got to see that it turned into the fallout with Ukraine and the war between Russia and Ukraine and so on and so forth.
Actually, in a bad spot now. Yeah, go ahead. Just keep going.
Well, hold on, Joe.
Cut out.
Yeah, King, you're not there. Look, I would like to speak for 30 seconds uninterrupted. And not told to calm down.
Adults, we're adults. It's going to happen. Okay, just speak your points and be quick about it.
I listened for 5 minutes on it, Joe.
You speak for 5 minutes. I never speak for 5. Hold on, Truth. Hold on, King. No, he's arguing against my moderating ability.
If you're an adult, then don't interrupt someone asking to be not interrupted.
Truth, I don't ever speak for 5 minutes.
No, I said King spoke for 5 minutes, which is fine. I have attention. But I didn't interrupt him once.
Yeah, but we try to make points and pass the mic.
Bro, no, this is bias. Just say you're biased. Just say it then. Did anyone interrupt King? Because you agree with him. So just say you're biased. Just say you're fucking biased.
I've interrupted many times.
He just interrupted Joe.
Yeah, I literally sat and gave his
I don't know what 5 minutes. Just because I didn't interrupt the last time after I said we were going to try to go to one mic policy.
You finished what I was saying. So
you wasted your time. It was your turn to talk.
It's obviously worked up.
Pepe, let me just say, guys, because I'm going to go in a second. Leave to you guys, I'll come back. But I just want to say this statement, right? There's evidence, and it's actually proven now with classified information that's been released, that both Obama, Hillary Clinton, and others sought, and now Obama can because he was president at the time, but Hillary Clinton received and sought intelligence from foreign players to help them with Donald Trump, and they actually asked them. And actually those players, some of them called and said, hey, we have information. Now you have the principal herself saying, I want to know this intel. The principal, here you don't have the principal, Donald Trump saying, but you have the principal wanting it, and you have the campaign chair, John Podesta, heavily involved in these. In fact, his email was hacked. There's actually evidence that came from us that show that they were asking for this kind of information involving the Steele dossier. That's what you missed, Joe, about that, is the connection of the Hillary Clinton campaign on that. The truth said was they saw an opportunity to get information and dirt on their partner, Russians. Well, why is he not saying, yeah, and Hillary did, but no one investigated her, and there was no investigation into her. There was no rating. There was nothing there. I would like to understand why that was acceptable for her to do it.
It was
all in the conversations.
And not. Yeah, Kate. I said. One of the funny enough, I was being interrupted, but one of the first things I started to reply is, no, I'm no fan of Obama. I'm no fan of Hillary Clinton. Her email scandal, her laptop scandal, the Hunter Biden stuff, all of that. No, I was right there with. Like I said, I'm independent mostly anyway. So you got no contest on that with me in full agreement. That's why I was getting frustrated, because it's like, on both sides of the aisle, it feels like you're chronically dealing with bias. If any Democrat was wrapped up in this kind of shit, no one would be, you don't have a son. That's why I opened up with OJ, because I'm like, let's just fucking lay our cards on the table. Let's say OJ's innocent. Let's just say fucking OJ's innocent.
We can have dialogue.
Because at some point,
dialogue with you trying to prove.
That wasn't a...
that humans are biased, that people play sides,
that we have a red team and a blue team? Yes, we have. What's it matter if I think the Democrat Party is the bane of the existence in our country? That they are the root of all the problems. I mean, is that a problem? Whatever you want, just be honest. I can think whatever I want, but why do I have to practice it? I am honest and truthful. I say this all. I say this all the time. No, you're calling it a fucking nothing burger. The Russia collusion is a nothing burger. Clearly, but it's a nothing. We spent millions of dollars on it. How do you go to prison, Joe? It was a total. Nothing came. How do you go to prison? Who went to prison? Yeah. Who went to prison? Paul Manafort was. Hold on. We need to clear this up. Hold on. Like it or not, we're mods. Truth, that's just how it goes, okay? If you don't like it, you can always go to a room and start your own room and be a mod. No, it's just how it is. So look, Paul Manafort, let me read very clearly. All of the counts that he was found guilty of were tax fraud, bank fraud, failure of disclosing that he had a foreign bank account. This has been stated by Matt. OJ's innocent. He was not convicted for anything with the. Yeah, OJ's innocent. I heard that. You're being disingenuous now, Truth. I heard you. By the way, now you're being disingenuous. No fucking bad faith. It's crazy. Now you're being disingenuous. Your question was who went to prison. I answered, and then you said, "Well, it wasn't." You're throwing stones from a glass house. Hold on. You're trying to establish that you're moral superiority over us. That you're more unbiased than the rest of us. That you're more clean than us. Yes. While you are being disingenuous right here, including that the tax crimes and the financial crimes that Paul Manafort was found guilty of somehow also correlates to Trump was in collusion. He was colluding with Russia to win the election. Because that's the accusation. Okay, so Paul Manafort, Michael Cohen, Roger Stone, Papadopoulos, Flynn, Gates. Alex Swan, all of those people went to prison. No, they did not. Not one. Not one of them went to prison. You want to bet thousands of dollars on Russia collusion? I'll bet $1,000. We didn't say Russia went to jail for Russia the investigation. Not one. Not one. Not one went to jail for Russia collusion. That's no. Stop changing. Stop moving the goalposts. The question was. In fact, hold on. You're being disingenuous again. You're the one moving the goalposts. We're talking about Russia collusion. And now you're trying to bring up. Wait. You said it was. You are the one moving the goalposts. You're trying to bring up other people that have been in Trump's orbit, like Michael Cohen, that is a clear rat and has turned on him for political purposes, and he was bumped by the Clinton machine to go at. This is politics. And this has been the point that I was trying to make earlier with the Letitia James story. And this is all from the boy who cried wolf bullshit. That was the reason I used the analogy in the first place, and that's what got you all worked up. If you can't stand on the Russian story, you're the one moving the goalpost. I literally started yelling because you started interrupting me repeatedly because you don't like what I'm saying. Fucking 5 seconds in, even someone in the chat agreed. Like you literally, but for fuck's sake, have some decorum. Yeah, you guys did. Being in particular. Thank you, Pepe. Everyone knows how does that make you feel? Hold on. How does it make you feel that I am aware that a Democrat agreed with you? Yes, I'm an ideologue. Yes, I see people as red team and blue team. That's my. I just see Americans. Crazy. That's fine. Crazy. I don't believe you though. I don't care what you was in high school criticizing Obama because you believe the Russian collusion story. You'll never have nuts as big as mine. I'd love to see you as a black kid telling your family Obama ain't shit. Fuck out of here, bro. I'm not you. Don't act. Okay. Okay. What the fuck? Bro, you're taking this big. I don't even know why you just bragged about being biased, by the way. That's crazy. Well, then I'm an idiot. Okay, so what I said was, and I'll say it again if I have to, that I agreed with a Democrat. Does that make you feel better? That someone on your side agrees with you? Well, they didn't agree with my position. They just said you were interrupting him and being biased. Minutes knowing him. I spoke for 5 seconds. Is Pepe a Democrat? Even he co-signed that. I doubt Pepe even agrees with me. Do you have any ability, even if you don't know, to go, you know what, I'm probably being unfair? Or are you just like, well, fuck it, I will be unfair? Then don't tell me not to get mad.
Well, I would say this though. The truth, I didn't like the analogy with O.J. Simpson. Not because yes, obviously most people realized he was guilty. However, these people that were running for office and they're basically like the AG there in New York, Tisha James. These are people that were openly talking about how they were going to go target him, and so it's like. Oh, it doesn't mean they're. It's not that we're being biased and we don't think he was guilty, but it's just like this was mere fishing expedition, and it's just like they had to find something that was like so fucking petty that, I don't know, it rubbed a lot of us the wrong way. And the Russia hoax, I mean, the fact that we know it's like fruit of the poisonous tree. It's where you have this fucking dossier, and then that ends up leading into. This whole thing about Russia collusion, and then it's like then they can't find anything, but he's just found guilty, in the public's eye, because it kept on getting repeated so often, and it was clearly all political, and there was no proof. There was not. What ended up leading the investigation into Russian collusion had nothing to do with something that was to do with the fake dossier. That's why, a lot of us are kind of just, we're over it. And, for years, that is an accusation that was true. That was on the left.
I can 100% be chalk and bet on that. It was definitely a witch hunt. I remember when it was saying that the left was shooting itself in the foot because you have to pick something that's huge and stick to it, but they were trying to throw everything they could to throw it at the wall. And often they were over-promising and under-delivering. So I'm actually in full agreement with that. The only thing I pushed back on was, it was a nothing burger and it was a boy who cried wolf. I was like, well, hold on. Because, anyone who knows me knows I keep it the same all the time. It's like, well, the truth is usually not motivated. So can we prove there was collusion? Probably not, because anyone who's a functioning conspiracy actor is not going to leave a trail of evidence. If it wasn't a crime committed, that means we can't prove it in the court of law, which is why I referenced OJ. And then even saying, well, no one was arrested. I was like, well, no, people were arrested connected to the investigation. They weren't proven to be tied to the conspiracy theory, but they were lying under oath to protect that conspiracy. And then there's this, what about, this where it's like, well, no, they got arrested for lying. It's like, what were they lying about? Why aren't you referencing what the lies were about?
Well, this is only speculation.
The main concern was that Russia.
All I wanted to say, Matt, was that this guy, Truth, he didn't say that he's a Democrat. He said he's an independent, but I like hearing his voice. I mean, I don't agree with everything that he's had to say. Right. Don't get me wrong. I'm sorry, Truth, I don't, but I like hearing you, a different opinion. I mean, it's been cool.
I don't think two things. He is arguing, and you want to bad things. You're on the other side, and you want the balance.
Two things real quick. One thing I've never understood is if ideas, and MAGA in this case, was such a, his ideas were so bad that they, why did they have to go through all these lengths to get rid of them this way? Truth. I never understood that part. No, I'm not bad. Yeah, I mean, let him fail on his ideas. Literally, you guys, not you, other people, literally elected Trump based off just making these, in our opinion, just really wild claims. I mean, I don't even know. It's really weird to me. I didn't know if you had an answer to that, but why not let him fail on his own? I don't have the answer, but my guess is I said last night, is that it feels like under Obama, politics became war. I remember watching Fox News talk about Obama's tan suit for 2 weeks. They called it communism, even though it was 80% of that was literally created by the Heritage Foundation, Trump's #1 financial backer in his first campaign, mind you. Literally, that's ridiculous. It was pushed by Newt Gingrich and adopted by Mitt Romney. Obama's base wanted fucking Medicare for all. And he a revised Mitt Romney bipartisan health care bill, and Fox News called it communism. and I'm not. So here's the thing. I'm only 34. Political war before then, but that's why I said I don't have the answer. I can only tell you my opinion. But from what I saw, it's like all of a sudden under Obama, and no longer genuine political discourse. And so I think they were just fighting fire with fire. It was like anything Trump did, they had to smear him. Also, I think the left feared Trump because he represented. Remember in his first election, he positioned himself as the right wing version of Bernie Sanders. He complimented Sanders a lot. He even agreed with him multiple times on various issues. So he was positioning himself as this wild card. Even the own RNC was trying. Remember, everyone forgets, before the RNC, even his vice president, before the RNC was behind Trump, fucking J.D. Vance called Trump Hitler. So let's not just say it was all DNC, man. Like the whole industry, the whole machine did not like him, to be fair.
Truth.
You know.
Look, I don't mean to interrupt you as some sort of personal attack. What it is, it's called pancaking or stacking over and over and over and making laws. You can make a point, drop the mic, pass it on. We can all have dialogue. Clearly, most people only start to recognize politics at the time when they start paying attention. It's been rather contentious for many years. We can go back to the Bush years with the war and how awful it got, the political discourse then. Let's talk about during the Lewinsky trials of what was going on. It was very contentious then. It did not just start being contentious when, I'm assuming you started paying attention.
Yeah, I can agree with that. That's why I even hedged what I said, because, I can only go back based off of what I'm experiencing. The Lewinsky thing, 90% of black people vote Democrat. Most of my family is Democrat. They would talk about the Bill Clinton thing. The teenager, I heard that. I was like, that's disgusting. And they're like, oh, it's just a dude getting a blowjob from an adult woman. I was like, what the fuck? First, like a senior citizen. He's old enough to be her grandpa. He's something fresh out of college. He's the most powerful man on earth. He's married. Like, this is disgusting. And just because he's our guy, we're going to act like it's okay? No, if he was some regular, he was a piece of shit. So I've kind of always just been the dude not really liked by either side because I'm just trying to stay
morally moral truth. You have moral truths, and I appreciate that.
So Democrats defended that tooth and nail all the way down to the wire and did for many, many years. It's only now, looking back 30 years, that you get Democrats, a whole new generation that says, oh, well, it's not that big of a deal. That it is a big deal. During all that period of time, you should have seen the Democrats, because a lot of people don't like to feel like they've been in their vote. Like it or not, that's just how it is.
Yeah, facts. No, I agree 1,000%. And yeah, just for the record, I don't even think the Russian collusion stuff was the world. The main conspiracy was just he was working with a foreign to help him win the election. The alleged crime was like they're doing vote interest, they're hacking machines. That shit I never bought into. That doesn't even make sense. How is Russia going to help him hack domestic? That is such a... that is like... And they wouldn't need his help for that. So that wouldn't even make sense. To me, I just took it as like he was getting dirt on Hillary and having them hack her emails to leak the emails, but they again don't need him for that. So,
but that
like I said, I think they overlooked.
That didn't come from the Russians. That came from WikiLeaks.
True, but to be fair, wasn't he being harbored by Russia at the time? I can't remember now. Hold on.
No, he was in exile for most of that, after the release of that stuff in, was it one of the European countries, or no, in one of the Central American countries, right?
I can't remember.
Ecuador or something, or?
Oh, he was in the embassy of Ecuador, South America. No, in London.
Yeah, in London. It was in
Yes,
Europe,
you're right.
in one of the embassies of Central America. Thanks for pointing it together.
But yeah, so my main thing was just to say, it wasn't from my perspective crying wolf, but I will, well, actually, look, I'll meet you in the middle and say, because I even said it then, they're blowing it way out of proportion. And by doing that, and they didn't even have to, because by doing that now it's like over promising and under delivering, right? You're like, oh, he's working with Russia to hack our election machines. They literally said that. I think Rachel Maddow alluded to that. No, like his campaign.
Rachel Maddow could have kept all that shit going live along more than anybody else.
Mm-hmm. And I got in trouble with my family because I was getting mad at her for that shit. I was like, this is poisoning. All they had to do was tell the truth. All they had to do was say, look, his team is getting dirt on Hillary. They're doing it in unsavory ways. The campaign finance, there's a lot of shady shit going on. But then, you know what the truth is, and you guys might agree with me at least here. I don't think they could sell it on that level because it'd be like the Spider-Man meme. Because they do the same shit. So,
Exactly. Yep.
What was the incentive for Rachel Maddow to lie about Russia collusion for so long?
I think MSNBC is like tied in with the DNC. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, remember, Bernie Sanders was like her best friend forever, and then she stabbed him in the back when he ran. That shit, I'll never forget watching that. She used to bring him on all the time and roll out the red carpet, and the second he went against the machine, she stabbed him in the back so fucking fast, it was crazy. So, yeah. That's why I can't stand partisanship. I just can't.
Same, true, same.
Partisanship. I don't think we would exist in a country that I understand y'all's yearning for it, the desire for it, but that's what doesn't exist and will never exist.
You know what's a good example to me, Joe? Okay, so me and my friend, we were giant Ron Paul fans. Mind you, he's Orthodox Christian, super right-wing. I'm independent, but I vote pretty progressive. And both of us loved Ron Paul. And Ron Paul tried to, caucus and campaign with
I'm
RNC.
a Christian. I'm a Christian. But
Awesome. Yeah, no, I'm Protestant, not Orthodox, but so
Protestant too. Okay, cool.
Right? And so we love Ron Paul. Ron Paul got booed at the RNC. You remember when he got booed? To me, it's an example of when partisan politics go. Or when John McCain got booed because he said, hey, let's not call Obama a radical Muslim terrorist. Oh God, the audacity that he said, hey, look, I disagree with him on a lot of stuff. Let's not call him a radical Muslim terrorist. And he got booed. That's why I don't like partisan politics, man. It just ruins the landscape. The conversation gets diluted into flinging shit at each other,
Go ahead, Matt.
No, I was just fixing my mic. Looks like the reparations title went away. Now I'm getting the rest of Russia. True. So are the other things done? What was the other one? Oh, well, how about the impeachment? Find those valid, the things that took place?
Well, I think the impeachment process was early and reactionary. Ironically, right now in this term, I'd be a little more sympathetic to it. But when they first pulled it, it felt but the same standard they were using to impeach him would have been used by literally every president before him. Even when they keep trying to say he's like a wannabe king because of the unitarian executive theory, no one minded when Obama expanded the same progress Bush made, and no one was making those claims about Bush or Obama. So,
right.
I definitely think it was overreach there as well.
Because this was kind of like a domino thing. So obviously a lot of us, looked into this Russia hoax and in our opinion, what it was really not. And then that set the tone, right? This is the issue we're talking about. Is Never Cry Wolf thing that Joe was mentioning. It just went so sideways, in our opinion, with the other side, that everything else that came after that was just literally political witch hunt. Just to destroy, to smear, and not let not win at the ballot box at the end of the day, right? Like that was my biggest thing. Like, why couldn't we just, win at the ideas at the ballot box and not do all this, impeach him over a call, right? Like, this is like just silliness, And actually, the other one was, I guess, impeachment over. Wasn't it January 6th? Was it the second one?
Ukraine.
Yeah, but the January 6th was one too, right? That was one that they did, right? After he was president, by the way. After he was out.
I think they tried. No, I think it was the January 6th hearings that they held with the Democrat committees in the House.
He was in the Matrix.
Hey,
Joe, then can
You're in the Matrix, Joe.
Joe, I'm pretty sure Trump was impeached.
Yeah, Joe.
January 6th hearings that they held for the House on television. 7 p.m. It was all a Hollywood show.
Yeah, it was a theater. They actually had a production for it. I remember all that. Yeah, but that was all that over the elections. I mean, I don't know. Hold on, my dog's. I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, he was impeached while he wasn't president. After they actually came down with the impeachment when he literally wasn't president. I don't know if you remember that.
What kind of dog do you have?
Is it wrong that I wish Trump was actually my dad?
Yeah. So I thought the one where he had already the election was the Ukraine phone call, wasn't that?
No, there's one in 2019. That's Ukraine, and then we had the 2020 January 6th incident, which he was impeached on. But it went, found not guilty. That was the whole thing. As far as I know, check it, but there was 2 impeachments, right, in total.
Yeah, that's my understanding as well. And again, even in those, it's like, I'm not gonna lie, the January 6th thing was definitely sketchy. I don't know if it's criminal or it's definitely bordering on the line of it, but I've heard Democrats basically tell people to riot, tell people to fuck shit up. So I don't know. To me again, it's not equal. They're not applying that standard equally.
I like how you put that fuck shit up. That was fun.
Oh yeah, like even this is kind of unrelated, but like even the Charlie Kirk thing. Like Democrats constantly do this thing where they will hold from a standard they're not willing to live up to themselves, right? Like if
we're saying that.
No, definitely. And now to be fair, now when I point at other Republicans, don't get mad because I pointed at everybody. But no, Democrats have this habit. They have this habit of the morally virtue signal when they're hypocrites, right? Like the BLM protests, which by the way I support it. To some degree, I don't support destroying people's private property. I think that's fucked up. Protests in general, the movement. But once it comes to property damage, going, oh, that's going too far. No, this is what's necessary to send a message. But then when the other side does it, all of a sudden now it's the world's worst thing. So, and there were like, I think we were talking about this last night, like. The implication that a bunch of were going to storm the White House and take over the U.S. government is fucking ridiculous. Like, it was never going to happen.
No way we were going to overthrow the government. They had no weapons. I mean, it's without any weapons, so.
Yeah, exactly. And as if Occupy House now means taking over the White House. Stuff like that.
Exactly.
Hey, Truth, how do we hold we the people accountable? We the people.
I don't have an answer for that. Hold we the people? I mean, besides law and order.
Our actually republic is built on we the people, not we the government. So J6 was not us going to get government people speaking up for their government, saying that you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing by ensuring that our elections are free from corruption. So we're talking about we don't know what insurrection looks like. We've never had it in America. But for us to go read that J6 was us trying to overthrow the government, no, we were trying to tell the government that we the people do not like what happened with the election.
Well, yeah, I hear you on that. But so, no, I even used to make the claim, the statement that even if they were trying to do an insurrection, that doesn't by definition make responsible for that. Nor do I think it would have been successful or an actual threat to our democracy. Like, again, occupying the White House does not mean you control it. That's not real.
Exactly. By the way, Truth,
are we a democracy? Are we a democracy?
Well, Representative Republic, pretty close.
And you are there to ensure our rights, not to infringe upon them. Nothing that we have in America comes from government. And everything you see in America was not built by government. It was built by we the people. Everything. So it's very difficult for the left to keep saying democracy, 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 where most individuals in the United States actually are self-help to themselves versus the government getting involved. Yeah, so the redlining was implemented, which is, again, government overreach. It violated the will of the people.
Yeah, the January 6th thing for me is a little... I don't make a habit of telling people how to practice their rights. So, to me, it's, I mean, I think everyone would agree with it. When it turned into a riot, it was unacceptable. The protest in and of itself, though, not at all. That's just people expressing their First Amendment and expressing their grievance to the... Now, when we talk about hate Mike Pence, when we talk about police officers getting injured, that's where it's the line. But, you know, like I said, that it'd be hypocritical for Democrats to complain about that, because when their side does anything that looks like it, they will find a way to justify.
Can we talk about the 200 FBI or FBI informants who were embedded in the crowd on January 6th? Can we talk about the blood on the Zachary Taylor bus? Can we talk about Jacob Chansley, who was escorted throughout the Capitol and yodeled in the Senate Hall and didn't all time? Or maybe Simone Gold, the white coat doctor who had the FBI burst into her apartment, take her in custody barefoot without her ability, her phone and keys, and then dismiss her from the police precinct barefoot without money and resources home. Can we talk about that? Because she gave a speech in Sanctuary Store in their hall.
Please do. No, actually, I think this is something that we need to come across the aisle and discuss all the time.
You have to unblock me, by the way, Monica.
I don't have to.
You better. Do you want to stay in the room, or are you gonna unblock me?
She
Don't
left.
unfriend Monica. Don't do that.
She left. But I was gonna, we should come across the aisle on this, because I actually, now, people call me conspiracy theorists with this, but there's a lot of videos that show it. I think a lot of the BLM riots that went bad were inflamed by enforcement agencies undercover, and they were like dressed up as what the fuck is that group called? The anti-fascist people. Oh, no, there's one Antifa. I don't know why I went up the name. Yeah, they were like, oh, it's just Antifa, it's Antifa, but there was even like people taking bricks out of police cars and placing them for people to grab. So it's like, I don't know, I think a lot of times this shit's being orchestrated to divide us further. But again, that's like my pinpoint theories.
What do you think if it's proven? And I think we're going to see some stuff during the next couple of weeks. Where does that put our country? Like, where do you feel I think that makes us into a very precarious predicament. Dan, you're not Mike. Dan. I didn't know what you think about that truth. If it turns out that there was some funny business going on in the election, what would you say to that?
Honestly, it wouldn't shock me, and it would really because right now, so big between us, fuck, that would be the worst, the last thing we need. I'm not gonna lie, I think both sides do it. Now I will be honest, I think Democrats are probably more savvy and sophisticated with it, only because, how do I put it? It's like, I think they're more tied interests. So, any way that technology or finances can converge, I do think that's changed recently though. But I just don't put anything up against, how do I mean to say it? I don't put anything past corrupt politicians or their benefactors. They'll do whatever it takes. So, I'm not gonna lie. Connected to that point, I'm genuinely scared for the cohesion of this country because, like, I'm that political nerd, so like I just love policy. I love ideas. I just love talking about ways to solve problems. And I feel like we're getting into culture war territory. We're not having respectful discourse a lot of times. And it's almost like Democrats and Republicans now live in total different realities of ideas of what truth is.
Let me ask you, you're a policy guy. What are your top three policy issues?
Yeah, thank you, Joe. I was going to ask the same question, Joe. Go ahead.
You're gonna hate me for this, but no new wars. Okay, I loved when Trump said no new wars. So I'm really disappointed. And trust me, I get it. I get the nuclear concerns. I think there was other ways that, to be fair, even out of Trump's own, I don't think Trump said it. Marco Rubio said it, that we had no intent on launching what's it called, a kinetic war. Like there's other wars to do. Other ways to do war without making it actually kinetic. Until Israel said they were going to do it if we didn't do it first. That's what Rubio said. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but I trust Rubio, so I don't think he's lying. And it makes sense. Israel's been talking about doing it for fucking like 40 years. So, I just feel like there was better ways we could have ensured they didn't get a nuke, short of like, causing all this global chaos.
To me, it's like if you have to go in, if it gets to a point to where you have to go in and actually do a proper invasion because they're getting dangerous and they're like on the cusp of actually getting a nuke in the end, which they weren't really capable. And they had a vehicle system. It's like, okay, you do a proper invasion then, I guess, if you really, really have to. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Like this was just fucking stupid. This is beyond fucking pointless.
Yeah, it could have been done so much better. And then, so protectionism, and then balancing the budget.
Before you move on this one, see, I know that we all say it could be kinetic or different things. Guys, for 47 years, I have friends that live in Israel. Do you know they've been living in terror for all
It's not, we're not Israel.
Pepe, hold on, Pepe. I don't care what you think. I don't really. At all. I didn't say we were Israel, but Israelite in the Middle East.
Okay, they don't go to war. They don't send our troops into a war and fallout
but why are you yelling that?
For their benefit. Like that is bullshit.
Pepe, why are you yelling though? Pepe, you can get your
well, I'm not like this.
He's doing this racist program now because he's Article.
Okay,
he is performing the...
Okay, hold on. So truth, what I was saying was that at some point, whether we like it or not, we have allies we want to protect. We are a sovereign country. Israel's a sovereign country. But the most important thing, there's 25 nations over there that are not pro-Republican. They anti-West. They hate Israel. They hate America. At some point, they have destabilized the whole region over there, Iran. So let's not make it as if though kinetic, or we could have done something different. This is the approach that we had. This is the one we took. Right or wrong, I'm still standing with America.
where I can meet you on that is so I understand that we have interests in the region and they're relevant for global concerns. I'm with Pepe though that like this whole world police thing, I think largely it's an excuse to protect our petrodollar status. Like we don't actually trust. I'm not even mad at that, by the way. Okay, I'm kind of black pill on that, where the comforts that we enjoy in America
it's just disingenuous.
Yeah. And so one thing I actually liked about Trump was when he said that we need to encourage more of our UN members and especially to take more responsibility for the world. Like we can't just keep deficit spending, having these military bases around the world, and playing fucking Captain Save America. Like, what was that name of that hero? Captain Planet. We can't play Captain Planet, right? Like, it's funny because Democrats got so mad at him for that. I was like, he's right. What the fuck? Like, why are these NATO members aren't even meeting the threshold of what they're supposed to be contributing to various funds and military ratios of like soldiers ready at any time, et cetera, et cetera. And even those levels aren't, in my opinion, nearly as high as they should be. And so I think if we put pressure on other nations to keep stability, just to keep stability, then we would be less expected to put so much of our budget on the line, because our deficit spending is getting out of control. Now, our military is not the only thing. I think, unfortunately, we probably have to roll back some of our social policies, like our Medicare, Social Security has to. I'm not saying get rid of it, but it has to be reformed. Like it has to be. That's another thing Democrats don't want to hear. But yeah, on protectionism, balancing the budget. I hate deficit spending, and reducing the interest on our debt as well. It's fucking insane. Like 15% of our discretionary spending, 15% is just paying the interest on our debt. That's unsustainable. And it's getting higher. And that's one of the things I'm really mad at Trump about, is our inflation's out of fucking control. And, rightfully so, Biden was criticized for that, but it's not getting better. So I'm just like, I blame Israel, not blame them as a country, but like their shit in Iran.
I blame them for a lot.
Well, because their shit in Iran is part of our fucking, it's about to blow up. Because now we're getting the can burnt on both ends now. The cost of energy is going up, the cost of gas is going up, that's going to increase logistics. Oh my fucking God. At the same time, we're bleeding money in a desert. What? It's just...
Well, can I touch back on, because I wanted to touch back on Israel. So here's the thing, if you say they're trying to stabilize the Middle East. However, let's not be fucking silly and pretend like Israel had not tried to fucking disrupt and basically destabilize the fucking Middle East. Yes, none of those countries like Israel. We know that. And what does Israel want to do? Destabilize them. The countries, you had countries that were... People romanticize Lebanon as a great deed, but it was better than most places in the Middle East. But so what ends up happening to what was it? I forget how many hundreds of thousands of people they basically end up kicking out of the fucking country. People that were not involved in attacking the Israelis. And they end up going to Jordan, fucking that place up. Then they go to Lebanon, permanently fuck that place. We know that Syria, they're not our friends, but Israel's been doing everything they could to undermine Assad. They did it with Hussein. Yes, he's obviously a piece of shit. But, like, I don't know what it is with the boomer brain rot that so many Republicans have, where they have this weird, hold on, no, I didn't interrupt you.
No.
You have like this really weird, religious, like fucking...
Pepe, first of all, you talk about brain rot when you don't have an elevator. You don't have an elevator, bro. You don't. You know nothing about elevator. Yeah, elevator. That means your thought process does not go that high. What you like to do is...
Okay, tell me why we should support Israel besides some bullshit fucking bullshit anti-Christian, some anti-Christian, belief that they're part of our empire.
Pepe, would you like to hear, Pepe? Would you like to...
Let me guess, they have the democracy. Oh my.
Oh my God, Pepe. Pepe, you know, it's so sad that you do not understand history at all. You know nothing about history.
Okay, tell me about this state that's existed since 1948 and what's so fucking important to America. Give me a, this is a fucking, this is all fucking propaganda.
Okay.
Like, we were a great country before they ever fucking existed. I mean, this is stupid.
What are you talking about, Pepe?
You are wrong.
Hold on. Pepe, America's 250 years old. What are you talking about?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so how be more powerful than Israel? How?
We have older friends that have been better friends than Israel, for sure.
Wow.
Be honest with you.
Hey, Peter, what? You say some stuff just because you like stuff. It's so interesting, Pepe. The Republic of the United States, we the people, 1776. Okay, Israel's been around 1,000 years before America. And you're sitting around talking as though they became a nation in 1948. This is what I mean by your ignorance of the region. You know anything, bro? I'm sorry. You just like to talk.
What about Iran?
Excuse me. I'm not talking about Peter. I'm not Peter, do me a favor. Thanks. I'm not talking about Iran right now. I'm talking about the fact that I have people come on these apps talking about nations that they have fear of. And they say that America's been more powerful than Israel. Israel's been around 1,000 years, man. Over 1,000 years. So I have no clue where you get your understanding from. Okay? And Pepe, you gotta stop.
We're talking about the current nation state of Israel, not your fucking biblical fag land of Sodom. Like, this is bullshit.
Pepe, I can hear you loud and clear. Your belief system is not my belief system. You're correct. And you cannot deny someone else's belief system because you don't like it. You can't talk about the Jews. You think you don't
tell us how to our nation, how they've been a great ally and how we rely on them for a goddamn thing. They were, even after their formation, they were irrelevant to us until the fucking 60s. More during the, when we were in the heat of the Cold War. This is retarded.
Pepe, I got it. Pepe, I'm asking you a simple question. What truth do you hold to be self-evident?
The sky is blue and there's no clouds.
No, I'm asking the same question again. Hold on. I'm asking Pepe the question. I'm asking the same question again, Pepe. What truth do you hold to be self-evident?
There's a bunch of different truths out there.
No, I'm asking which ones do you hold?
I can list off millions of them probably.
No, just give me one. Just give me one, Pepe.
I am I'm a male.
No.
What is your fucking point? What is the point of this exercise?
My point is that you don't know our Constitution. You don't know our Bill of Rights. You don't know our Declaration of Independence.
Okay, so you're right. Okay, alright. We all know we hold these truths to be self-evident. Yeah. Okay, so what? What the fuck does this have to do with Israel?
It has a lot to do with Israel, Pepe.
Okay. Tell us why. Have fucking gas prices. We need to have basically just turmoil all over the fucking Middle East just for Israel. What is the fucking justification? Especially if we don't actually fucking solve it. Now what negotiating power does he have? None. The president has none.
Pepe, you know why we do? Because we all want to come.
Because Israel talked us into doing it, and Trump's a fucking idiot.
We all want to come to Clubhouse and hear you yell. Like
he was always a loser.
You were the one who came on here with the positive claim that and you know that Israelis have been terrified for the last 47 years. No fucking what? It's not our fucking problem. Do you know that there are people starving? There are people starving in Africa that are getting butchered by fucking. If we're going to send people, there's a bunch of other people who would rather fucking help than a first world country like Israel. Like, they can suck a fucking dick.
Debbie, you're really loud.
Yes, he
I don't think Israel is gay, Pat.
No, hold on, guys. It just shows you guys.
Said that Trump's overpriced what?
To hear Pepe speak. He says nothing. Pepe.
You don't say anything! Say something profound about Israel, Forgus.
No one.
Wait, go ahead, say something profound about Israel. I'd love to hear it.
Being serious, Pepe, you're playing a cat.
I'm going to tell you what's serious about Israel. Support the Republic of the United States of America. Do you understand that? They're our allies. We support
So fucking what?
Excuse me. You asked me to give you something. Do you understand joint missions? Do you understand?
Joint missions, my ass. They never served with us overseas. What the fuck are now?
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Yeah, by air.
Pepe, you know what Hey guys.
Yet our other not so great, our other allies that are not our greatest allies, they send their fucking sons and daughters to die with us in war. That's the fucking difference. And they've been doing it for hundreds of years. That's why it's so fucking offensive when we have to hear people say they're our greatest ally. No, because other countries have done it with blood. They paid in blood. It goes back to a war of independence.
I'm going to give you one more.
Now ye shall know that the chosen priest walks on infinite space is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But we are not chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendid serpent. 19, oh azure lidded woman, bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given. shall know that the chosen priest, soul of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast. And in his woman, called the Scarlet Woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. For he is ever sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping but ye are not so chosen.
Bail out Iran. And Iran is going to fall if it continues the way we're doing this embargo, with this, what do you call it, blockade. That's what I think is the result of this. So Trump is wild and crazy as he is, he has figured out how to deal with barbaric enemies. Maybe it's because he understands the New York real estate / barbarian mindset.
I think he is like when Mark Levin called him an honorary Jew. I actually think that's right. And I'm not gonna. You look at who's close to him. His daughter, I think, was it one or two daughters that are Jewish now? One. And of course,
the brains.
Well, Jared obviously is a lot of it, but as my dad had pointed out, like to be in Manhattan of all places and be a real estate mogul is like the most Jewish job ever.
Yes. And it's cutthroat as hell. And they're not distracted by a lot of fancy talk the way they did. It's like either you come across or you don't. It's all about the bottom line. So he's not paying any attention to all the BS that Iran is giving. Either they give what he calls the nuclear test or they don't.
How many white Republican Americans died fighting Democrats?
But how do we enforce it? That's everybody. I think everybody in the right's issue with it is that, if you could just do that air campaign that you were doing and actually take him out of power, fine. But
we don't want to destroy the good Iranian people. It should be there to
sure, but they're holding the fucking street. How we see it is that they're holding the street hostage.
We're holding the street hostage. We blockaded their blockade. It's a brilliant move. Like, it's unassailable, and it doesn't cost anybody's life. It's a better way of making war.
But I mean, realistically, if they're flat, okay, Trump knows this because it's a very unpopular war, but the polling has showed that. And after he invaded Iran or attacked Iran, his approval ratings really started to tank. Now he knows that he's not going to have the support. It's going to severely hurt his legacy and Republicans if we did put boots on the ground or anything. So like basically Iran's it seems like they're aware that we don't have any teeth or we're not willing to use them at least. How do we actually stop them from, I don't know, fucking doing something with whatever nuclear material they already have?
The same way we've been doing it, we have complete penetration in terms of intelligence. We know when they're picking their nose. We're able to kill their supreme leader. There's no reason for any of that to change. We're watching them fly satellite. This is a stalemate that they are going to lose. It costs us very little, except for a slight increase in gas prices. And I should say, that could get worse. The dark side of what I'm saying is also possible that there's going to be another oil shock, and that shock could ripple through the economy. I'm just trying to be honest and complete here. That could be an unintended consequence of what's going on.
But you don't think?
I hope it isn't.
But we can make life hard for them even, and economically starve that country. But at the end of the day, I can picture them being willing to basically.
You don't have to call me.
But I understand.
I can't hear you clearly, Peter.
But I think they
what did he say? What did he say?
I want to say that you cannot start with potato. Potato will be founded in the country. They are staying until they are standing. The mullah.
But the Iranian people are going to rise up and take over, aren't they, Peter?
Exactly. When mullah is waking up, they're able to be toppled because people are disarmed. They are armed.
That's the question.
Plan,
well, I know that that's a long-term plan, but I haven't really seen any signs, at least since January.
Yeah, well, that's a recent time, but that's the big gamble, and I can't guarantee it, but that's what
But I can also picture them, slaughtering 1 million of their own fucking people if they have to. I don't think they really. That's just.
We can't let them do that.
But you don't think they would?
Yes, they would. They would.
They're capable of almost anything. They're as barbaric as any people in human.
Well, I know they're pieces of shit. But nobody on the stage is trying to say that they're good people and that we all think they should be. They shouldn't exist. But
then it's a worthy fight, right?
What?
I don't think this was. It was how you would do it. No, I think you would have to. A time could have come in the future where you would have to hit them really hard, including putting boots on the ground. But I think everybody's been kind of trying to avoid that, because even if we do a large-scale invasion, it's not. You can't say that necessarily that the result of it would actually be that much better, and that's the reality. But it is kind of like a last option. We have been able to thwart their ability to I mean, if we never would have attacked their nuclear production capabilities, they would.
I think so.
Well,
I tell you what, if we put boots on the ground there, I think there would be uprisings in this country. We could be like another whole George Floyd deal. So I think Trump is very smart not to put boots on the ground.
Oh yeah, it's not. That would be so unpopular.
So it's very clever for him to do this, right?
But I don't know, can he actually get the weapons into the country? I know he tried to arm the Kurds in Iraq, and they just kept the fucking guns. The ammo.
We have betrayed them.
You know that better than me. Those guns. But it's logic.
That's sure what he's saying. I hope he's in Iraq.
Yeah, he's Iranian.
And he's on our side.
Yeah. But nobody understands him 90% of the time. These are cool friends.
Can make the divisions of countries.
It's the worst luck in any theater for part of this civilian
Expand the authority over the capital.
You're going to bring the country backwards in 10, 20 years because once the war is done, they probably will need a lot of weapons on the streets. There's going to be no gangster strike. You're going to fight for power. There's going to be unrest in this. It's going to be fucked up.
Want the bloodbath civil war.
Yeah, I don't know.
But we need to disarm what now?
Peter, did you ever see Russia in the 90s?
Okay, but what happened to Russia, though, like, I'm not somebody to ever side with Putin. He did say that the fashion in which the dissolution of the Soviet Union was catastrophe. It kind of was. I mean, they basically told I forget what they did with those vouchers, and then they started selling them, and then the amount of immediate corruption where they were selling big industries to whatever bidders, and then you ended up having this oligarch almost immediately.
Oh, no, so that's part of it. They were selling them off to people. But the owners were putting them in a room with these other things. These guys that have some money to be a part of these facilities, these plants and everything that the government elected cash them on. And then these gangsters came and they made them sign papers to sign over the confidence if they had the weapons or days. They would fucking like Russia in the 90s was a wild.
No, we had murders everywhere. And when we hear about that is what is it, like Huntington Beach or forget where in New York?
Brighton Beach.
Brighton Beach.
These were like this motherfuckers in the 90s. Now they're sitting in nice little clothing, all-star, and wearing his name in Europe. People need to walk around and give the owner a fucking grenade in his sound safe. You gonna sign or you gonna fucking blow up right now?
But yeah, no, I get what you're saying. You had the exportation of Russian. It become Russian mob, Russian crime.
There was tons of cops because it was a flip-flop. It was a transition of governments from like this USSR that was now become to these other regions where you're trying to establish governments. And this is exactly what happened in Iran. You give civilians jobs, you're gonna get that country back.
I don't know that that's necessarily the case.
I guarantee you.
But here's the difference though, because Russia was a place where, Soviet Union was a place where, it's my understanding, everybody did whatever they could to skip. That's how people got by. And so like you had people that, in a weird way, Russian extremely shrewd people, very. However they could get an edge or a profit from something, they were very keen on how to do it. Because it was hard, in the Soviet Union. I am aware, like you ended up having gangsters that ended up getting a hold of their military weapons, and they were trying to, and they were selling them to criminal networks all over the world. Yeah.
Ratings are excessive.
I don't think it, but
yeah, they were both oppressed for many years. They're all hungry.
There is not much information. It sounds like some kind of assurance that you might know something.
I think them having weapons would be a problem, like you would with anything. But I don't think that they're. I'm just going to be honest with you. Really see. I don't really. I have a hunch that they're not going to be, and no offense, nearly as criminal as the Russians were.
I guarantee you. You know why? Because after everything, because in the beginning they're all going to be playing, because they're all playing for the same cause. After it's done, they're all going to start tasting that burrito. There's a lot of hungry people. It's like, trust me, personalities change. Public.
Don't worry, they are resilient. Right? It will be harder than for them.
I mean, the mentality of the people where they come, they're hustler type of mentalities. It's flea market kind of bargaining. They're always hustling.
The main concern was energy.
It's gonna be a shit show.
But didn't you guys already had like in the Soviet Union? You guys already had like like even during the Soviet. Okay, so even but in the Soviet Union, even during that time, which is kind of hard to think of, it's my understanding that you did have gangs were still fairly prevalent.
In fact, Iran is operating right now until today. Well, power, it is like the Soviet Union. They're looking of the brink right now. The break up like the Soviet Union. Stop funding. So the governments don't control businesses, everything, and so on.
Yeah.
So this is exactly how Soviet Union looks. They're looking.
Yes. Like basically, how your standing with the party was going to dictate your what you were allowed to do, what kind of jobs you could do.
It's not the party, it's just more up.
Yes, but you have to be in his good grade early to
survive. But you understand where I'm coming from? It's gonna be a big shit show. It's good to talk for it, but it's gonna destabilize the country with inside. And what you're gonna leader after fucking do it like doesn't matter like you put everybody back in it, it's somebody. Like who's going to put that country back?
It's gonna have to be racist to come around with it and say it. Okay, the Russians are kind of act like monkeys. They always have in comparison to Persians. They're a more dumb, more criminal, more violent group of brutes. I just have a. I mean, even in Russia today, despite them, I don't want to be more racist, but they have a lot more violent crime and problems than our country.
Like more violent crimes.
The murder rate is more than it's historically always been more than double that in the United States.
Okay. What's the murder rate? I didn't know. What's the murder rate?
I believe it's for it's fluctuated between like 10 and 15 per 100,000.
Versus let's see, understand.
Ukraine historically has always also been much higher than the United States.
That's just slow.
They have like tuberculosis like through the fucking roof. They have like all of these problems you could only really generally see in third world countries.
So the rate is 5.7 to 6.0 homicides per 100,000, and in Russia it's 6.0 to 7. So it's the same shit.
Okay, sure, but they look at I understand in a war right now,
but no, this is not the
I'm saying like they also are sending a lot out there young, probably poorer criminal types to fight in the war, not nearly as prevalent out on the streets.
Campaigns, right? If you look up like 2010 or 2005, it's like 25.
They've historically always had a familiar with Russia. Is we know Russia's when they get conscripts, go about it quite a bit differently. Now all countries go for their young males, but they deliberately go after the poor people, the specific informed, and of course they release criminals, from jails and say, hey, you want to fight on the front lines, or that's so basically these people are going to go out and re-offend. They're going to get like fucking killed in battle, basically. And so you're going to have artificially numbers of people that are, or I should say, young criminals, which are the ones who generally commit the overwhelming majority of homicides. I didn't realize this until, a few years ago, but if you look at Russia, like a lot of their biggest cities, a lot of us think of Russians as like these Slavic people, but like so many of their big cities, you have the fuck do you call those people? There's so many different ethnic groups. I had no idea what they were, but they're Western and Central Asian and like
Caucasus Mountains, Georgia.
There's the people from the Caucasus, and then you have like, is it Tartar? And then you have like the more
the Asians.
Yeah.
You have Mongolian, Tatars. They have this from Uzbekistan. A lot of those.
But it's a much more diverse country than I think most people would think. We're looking at the demographics. That makes sense. It's in Asia and Europe.
Yes, Pepe, hello. I'm from Russia and I'm Slavic. I'm sorry, but Rappy is not Slavic, so that's why.
I know he's Jewish. It's fine.
No, he's not Jewish. He's not. Rappy not Jewish. He's from Russia, but he is not Slavic.
I didn't say he wasn't Slavic. I said he was a fucking Jew.
No, he's not fucking Jew.
What?
He is not a fucking Jew, you know. He's some else.
No, Rappy is definitely a Jew. I've talked to him and he's always in the Jew rooms talking with Jewish people. I'm pretty sure he would have been found out a couple times.
Just really? Okay, maybe I mistake.
Rappy's not Jewish?
Maybe Russian. Yes, I think so. Rappy is not Jewish. She's Caucasian, you know, Caucasian. Like someone Asian, Caucasian, you know, not Slavic, but Caucasian.
Are you talking about me?
No, Rappy.
No, Rappy. I'm talking about Rappy. It's not about what else.
Wait, Rappy, are you Jewish? Yes or no? Just put it to rest. Yeah, I said he's a Jew.
He's not Russian Jew. He's like. No, you're not a Russian Jew. You're Caucasian. Caucasian. You are Caucasian. And if you're Russian, then
I don't really. Okay, I don't know why.
I don't know why he's Russian. Why? Well, my idea. About getting some coffee. More cheese, more acids.
Привет, comrade.
I'm sorry, Rafi. I'm Caucasian, but you're, of course, you're not Jewish. You're Caucasian. I'm Slavic. I'm from Russia. I can prove it. You know. No, I wouldn't like to. No, I'm not telling you that you are not Russian. You are Russian. You're not Slavic, like Pepe said before. They're Slavic.
I never said that the Jews are ethnically not Slavic.
Because I'm darker skin color, he thinks I'm not Russian, but he thinks I'm more like the Pakistanis, like Georgia and Azeri Armenians. They're more from where they're more darker colored. And they're not.
I thought you were like pale skinned.
I'm actually a dark. That's actually my skin tone.
Yes, see.
I am. But I am Russian.
Oh my gosh, Rafi, I like you even more now.
I mean, do you ever see like a picture? He's actually a really good look. Netanyahu. I'm not a fan, but you know, there is a picture of him like he's like amazing. Okay, thank you, Peter. Okay, thank you, Peter. But there is a picture of like, you know, Netanyahu when he was younger, and he's like holding up this. I think it was an Uzi, and then. It was just like, dude, that dude looks like he could be like a supermodel or some shit. Like, whoa. And then he kind of looks badass because he's like carrying a fucking, and he was a special forces guy, you know, so he was kind of badass. But, you know, you know what I think is really funny is people say like, oh, that fucking Polak, Corbin is a Jew, is a Middle Easterner. I'm sorry, dude, but like looking at Polish people, I don't see anybody with those fucking eyebrows and nose and that. Those beady black eyes. I mean, that is like, he looks like a fucking Jew. I'm just being realistic. And so, I don't know, like, the ethnic Jews in Europe are, Hitler was right about this. They are racial foreigners. They literally are, they're part of a diaspora. And yes, they do have different looking, why do you think we
He's a Muslim. He is a Muslim. He is a Russian Muslim.
No,
you know,
not. Shut up. Dude, I don't want to send you the audio. Shut up. The reason why they get made fun of in Central Europe and Eastern Europe for having big fucking nose and fucked up hair because those traits are not common in those parts of Europe.
Oh, those traits are not common in those parts of Europe.
Y'all go away. I spoke to you in Russian. You couldn't respond one word to me back in Russian. You keep saying you're Slavic, that's not. What are you?
Okay, you're gonna speak with me in Russian, so you wanna prove him that I'm Russian? Я, блядь, могу говорить по-русски, теперь ты понимаешь. No, you're not. You're fucking from Chechnya, right?
Yes, I'm Abdullah. That's right.
Well, I'm just curious if this guy can't speak. If this guy can't speak Russian, I'm wondering, are you one of these? Be a Chechen or
Yes, you don't look like a Slavic. You're
was doing like we were reviewing his upcoming script where he's going to be defending external world functionalism, which is like a new version of functionalism, which I'm pretty sympathetic to after Nick wrote.
Yeah, I thought you guys were on. There was a moment of silence for the attack inside Israel. They need to get more.
We're all watching videos.
Let me ask. Okay, let's try this. So when Iran was attacking Israel, let's say if they would have killed thousands, these heavy, bald, some are other looking, tall, short, these type, Jews, right? Thousands of them. I think that would have been, instead of killing like 30 or 40 of them. You think that would have been a problem?
I missed the question.
The whole question is, if when Iran was attacking Israel, right? And going back and forth. And imagine they were only, they only killed like 30 or 40 people. Okay. 30 or 40 people in Israel. Now, let's say if they were to kill these tiny, small, big, fat, chubby, baldy, white, brown, black, would it be the problem? I mean, would they put the blame on what they would claim it like genocide? It's genocide of the Jews?
Probably not.
It would have been justified, right?
What Iran?
Yeah, if Iran was, when Iran, I guess you're not getting the question. The question is, would they have taken it out of context and called it a genocide? And they end up killing 1,000 Jews, or 2,000 Jews, or 5,000 Jews. Because they did, these motherfuckers, they killed almost 2-3
Well, yeah, I mean, they're going to accuse Iran of anything they can accuse Iran of. Like, whether they're not going to let the facts get in the way of their accusations.
No, but would they have called it genocide? Yes.
Yeah, I mean, if one person died, they would call it genocide. If one rocket, Hezbollah launched rocket, these rockets fell into fields, empty fields.
What are you gonna do with it?
The odd rocket hits a building or a car or something. Okay.
It's all live.
And they're scrambling, saying these guys want to erase us. So you don't even have to kill someone.
Hello?
Accused of genocide.
Hi, it's me. How are you doing?
What are you doing? I just cooked a steak.
Okay, is that thing gonna today go on YouTube live or is it gonna go?
It's live, but it's like, you can't really. It doesn't matter. He does it every day. He does it all day. Like, it's not like one little tidbit. I was recording him for months. I've reported him to Cash Patel a gazillion times. Nobody cares,
They do care.
organized. How can you do that? Organize terrorist promotion. Like, it's against the law. He does terrorist promotion 24/7 on, a public app. Like, hey, they arrest people for saying little tiny things, posting a meme, and we can't get this motherfucker shut down? Jesus. Fucking, there is no power. We have no power. Shmuley Bateach roasting his former friend, what's his face? Cory Booker, who's always been a piece of shit.
All right. Thanks for letting me know.
And Pepe is a joke. What a mental midget retard. Poor thing fell out of the nest when he was just like a little baby, I guess. Anyways, all right.
All right, there's a cute girl calling me. I'm gonna go.
Rabboni Shalom. Peace.
Chubby, moronic fucking Zionist terrorist Jews inside Israel, would they have taken it out of context, and would that have to the Senate people? Look, a lot of people don't care what the South is. But now, what did Iran do? They were just sending out drones, they didn't kill anybody. What did Hezbollah do? They were putting it. They were pushing it off as like, oh, Shiites are not capable of doing this, and they're just doing it for the show. You see what I'm saying? Think about if
Okay, this is Elon Musk. He goes by Adrian Dittman on X Spaces, but this is 100%.
The username is cracking me up, man. 7 minutes to build an S100 and the FP4 BF16 kernel? What? Why does it take that long? Oh, because we're sweeping the
This is
classes. I see. Still, that's a little strange.
Bro, what the fuck are you doing? Are you playing like a fucking retard? Why are you playing like a retard? It's because I am one. I'm like a retard, so I'm responding like a retard too. Right, like all of these moves that I'm making are literally worse for me, but he's also like such bad moves.
This is
that
Elon
I'm like,
Musk.
you know what, fuck it, I can afford it.
Yeah, exactly. That's the whole point. Yeah, I'm just being retarded right now. It's funny.
Bro, what the fuck are you doing?
There you go. I'll take yours, you take mine.
This is Elon Musk, aka Adrian Dittman, on a Saturday night, giggling like a schoolgirl.
Exactly. Oh man.
Yeah.
I have never seen anyone play this badly.
I'm just doing dumb shit right now. I just don't care at all.
I know what he's gonna do next to.
I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. I literally have no idea what I'm doing.
This is Elon Musk, aka Adrian Dittman, X Spaces. This is his burner account, pen name Adrian Dittman. He's playing a video game, laughing like a little schoolgirl on a Saturday night.
Oh. This is an extra. I don't take this seriously at all. I'm not taking this seriously. Yeah, I'm just gonna make more mistakes now. Yep. It's gonna intentionally play retarded now. What's the dumbest thing I could possibly do?
This is Elon Musk on a Saturday night playing video games.
I don't even know where I'm gonna move. I literally have no idea. Like, where can I even go? I'll go anywhere. That's right.
This is Adrian Dittman, aka Elon Musk, on a Saturday playing video games with a bunch of R words, giggling and laughing like a little.
Oh, actually, I have no idea. You can move. Okay, yeah, you can move there. There we go. Go anywhere. That. Alright, here's another query.
Wow.
Okay, this is Elon Musk. He goes by Adrian Dittman on X Spaces, but this is 100%. You get to have several queens. If you make the right, you get to have several queens. Yeah, so as a king, you're limited in steps, and the queen walks all over you. Yeah. I'm just gonna do extremely stupid shit. Yeah, fuck it. Here we go.
It's over, Gene.
What's the fight done?
The only one who can stop him.
I love the concept of having
It's over, Gene.
That's kind of the point.
We don't just talk, Andy!
Nobody can pay attention. It's like what you're doing. It's like it's kind of what do I do here?
If you're a small content creator,
Anybody gonna take? What do we do now?
Okay, so now we're getting about 700,000 games manufactured and trading.
This is Elon Musk, aka Adrian Dittman, on a Saturday night.
That is actually crazy.
I'm not even thinking. It's just. Huh.
The best place to be.
I just thought I'd try it. I was like, I want to do something really stupid right now. Oh man.
This is Elon Musk, aka
that's pretty
Adrian
good, actually.
Dittman, on X
Yeah,
Spaces.
it's called.
He's like an R-word autistic loser who plays
I was
video
gonna say
games
something
all
really fucked
day with a group of R-words. It's pathetic.
This is Elon Musk,
Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Neat. That is. Fuck it. It's tax fraud time. Bruh.
It's actually a pretty good movie right there.
It's
tax fraud.
It's. You know what?
This is Elon Musk on a Saturday
What the fuck are
night.
you doing?
He goes by the name Adrian Dittman. He's talking about tax fraud.
I mean, it was actually pretty good. It was a pork.
Wait, whose move is it? Is it your move?
Yeah, it's my move.
Yeah, you gotta move the king. There's nothing else you can do.
I can. If I should.
Yeah, this one.
I'll just move the king. Fuck it.
Interesting. Nice positioning. Nice. Okay.
Bruh.
Huh? That doesn't make any sense.
How so?
I don't know. I did not think that you were going to do that. That's weird. Interesting. Okay.
Even game. I mean, it's like, it's pretty good. Bruh. What do you mean, even game?
He's not taking this seriously. I'm not taking this seriously.
Lies. If you think this is an even game, you need to get better at chance.
He plays like me. It's boring as fuck. It's like, oh, I gotta eliminate the opposition. You realize, like, I don't even right now. I'm just like doing market reason. Just like not thinking about this at all.
This is Elon Musk, aka Adrian Dittman on X Spaces.
Interesting. So when I use really large shapes on this map, I'm getting 88% speed of light utilization.
This is his autistic video gaming crew, Elliot the retard.
When I use a very realistic shape using modern models today, I only get 73%.
Elliot, no one cares.
Bro, how long are you waiting, man?
I know, it's your turn.
Oh, it's my turn! Oh, I didn't fucking know. My bad, I'm sorry.
That's like a 300 T-flops difference, man. Fuck.
I didn't even notice. Ooh, nice.
This is Elon Musk with his crew of R-words on a Saturday night playing video games. Many people don't know this is actually Elon Musk live every Friday, Saturday night on X Spaces.
Notice you made a move.
Yes.
This is Elon Musk.
YouTube alert! This is Elon Musk's live stream.
Nice.
On a Saturday night, he's playing video games with a bunch of artistic R-words, and he himself is pathetic. Plays video games all day long. Elon Musk live on X Spaces.
Are you doing Noetic today?
Huh?
Are you doing Noetic today?
Noetic? Am I doing Noetic?
By the way, you're fucked.
How am I fucked?
Are you? You'll know. You'll realize soon enough.
Uh-oh. I think you might be fucked.
Bye-bye.
Oh, no. Yeah, I know. You were going to take the tower. That's not news to me.
Bruh.
What?
He's like, he ordered move I could make.
Exactly.
I take that shit. It's technically a mistake on my part, but
That's the whole point.
who cares?
Why are you, like, advancing back there? That doesn't make any at all.
Don't worry about it.
It just like, is maximally confusing. I guess. Because you're gonna take the one on the left then anyways.
This is Elon Musk live on X Spaces. He goes by the Adrian Dittman. He plays video
This is a
games.
really interesting interesting setup, isn't it?
Yeah, it's come down to the last couple of pieces on the board here.
Is he gonna take that one? Yeah.
He's got the bishop, Adrian's got the, or no, Auda's got the bishop, Adrian's got the, yeah, the horse.
I'm like chunking myself in here. I'm actually not worried about that. Ah, good one.
YouTube alert. This us as Adrian Dittman on X Spaces. He goes live every Friday, Saturday night underneath the name Adrian Dittman. Right now he's playing a bunch of R words. The richest man in the world playing video games on a Saturday night.
Loose ends, remember? I'm just doing loose ends.
It's not bad, not bad.
Nice. Nice.
Oh my god!
I'm flying all of them that I'm making.
So good at kernels, man.
I'm sort of here.
He's just like, oh, let me debug and like change a quick thing, and it just optimized like an extremely fast decode actually kernel. There's like no reason to do it. It's just like, oh yeah, obviously.
That's what you guys believe in. There's a couple good moves there, like.
Back and forth.
It was a joke.
To be fair, we were both playing like retards.
Yeah, that's the whole point. I think it's funny as shit to play like an idiot. Yeah, fuck it.
Bruh! They up there. Oh.
You know what, fuck it. I'm not supposed to do this, but fuck it.
That's the whole point, isn't it?
This is Elon Musk,
Fuck it.
the richest man on earth, playing video games with a bunch of autistic R words on a Saturday night. It's pathetic.
Okay. Yoink.
What?
That was good. That was good. That was good. I like that. That was really good. Yeah, that was good. That was good. Yeah, both queens are cooked. Alright. That was fucking funny. Like, the way we yoinked each other's shit there was really fucking funny. Man, I'm gonna jump off. What on earth is this going to amount to? This makes no sense. Anyways, fucking existential crisis.
You're gonna find it.
This is Elon Musk and his group of autistic words on a Saturday night, playing chess, giggling like schoolgirls, richest man on earth.
It's understandable.
It's pathetic.
It's understandable to do this shit.
Guys, I might get for free.
Okay.
I might get Gargoyle for free. They're asking for me internally. Let's go.
Bruh.
I love it. Actually, I was the best company. Like, why wouldn't you work for anyone about that, dude? You just don't get it. SpaceX, bro, XCOM, straight up. Fast favorite, sweet. Friends with Jensen, bro. Like, life is good. Just the only thing.
This is Musk's live space with Elliot, an XAI employee.
Why are we at 11%?
They're playing chess. It's pathetic.
Jensen, you ever explain what the data center utilization tournament means?
No.
I appreciate your feedback.
I appreciate your feedback. Oh, man.
To anything I say, I will just be like, no, you're gay. And I'll be like, thanks, you're really surprised.
Yeah. I'm the most supportive friend you'll ever have.
This is actually true.
This is an Elon Musk ex.
My sister might be just as blunt as that, but that's about it. Every day my sister's like, go outside, you never touch grass, get your shit together, you don't clean up. I'm like, you're right. You know, but on this app, people perceive me differently, bro. People don't know who I am in real life. You don't want to know who I am. I'm just kidding. I'm pretty chill. Pretty chill, but sometimes we'll just be speechless, man. Sometimes.
Paying attention to that. God damn it.
That's the point. I was like, I don't know. You did that shit to me. I was like, oh, interesting. New trick learned.
Why? Well, I have a blanket. I have a blanket. Do you want to cuddle?
What?
I ain't gay.
The fuck is? I hear the gay commentators coming out.
Elon Musk on Saturday night.
The slippers are becoming more nefarious by the moment.
Does anyone want to cuddle, dude? Does anyone want to cuddle? I'm pretty cold, dude.
None of us are gay.
What's your Asian GF? Which is not your GF.
I should text her. Sorry.
Wow, cooked.
I love that he's got the most monotone can't comments.
Monotone Conti comments. This is Social Audio live on X Spaces with Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, on Saturday Night Live.
6 hours. It was great, yeah. I enjoyed it.
The fact that you did that, like, that is interesting.
I told her that I require her to birth 10 children for me. She seems comfortable.
Did you say that?
No, I didn't say that.
This is Elon Musk's group.
Yeah, the day will come.
Say it as a joke. Like, she might laugh.
Saturday night, richest man on earth,
She did laugh.
talking R words, playing video games. It's pathetic.
Anyways, I'm gonna keep the rest of it not in a 200 person listening space.
Nice.
Ah, that's a good one, actually. Good. That's really good.
You gonna go to Tim Hortons together?
Dude, we did. We did go to Tim Hortons, and
I'm staying there.
We went to Tim Hortons, and I got her an ice cap, and she had like a quarter of it, and was like, "This is too much sugar." I was like, "God damn, respect."
Yeah.
Thank you for not drinking all that. Dude, I get her like sometimes like food with high calories. She's like, "No, I'm not finishing. Get food. This isn't perfect."
Alright, smart.
This is Saturday Night Live with Elon Musk.
Interesting.
Adrian Dittman. It's his burner account on X Spaces. This is a live audio stream.
We went through. Did I say earlier? We went through, and I taught her like Nano GPT and Flash 90 minutes.
This is so.
Oh yeah.
It's like here's what a token is. You know, I had a Jupyter notebook rolled up with all diagrams and stuff. Walk through it.
Nice.
This is a funny post from a French person. Single man without a wife or girlfriend. What do you do in the evenings when you're alone in your apartment? One comment is, I trash talk the noobs on dudes. It's what they deserve. One said, I stare at the ceiling every day, 24/24. I don't know. Oh, that's cursed. This guy said Skyrim. This guy says I'm caught for 8 hours and I'm eating sometimes all three at the same time. I'm just these are funny. I stopped liking. I just scrolling without liking anything, and now X algorithm is just like, oh, you're a normie. We're gonna feed you slop that's like 15 IQ. What's below you? You know, it's just like slop. It's all like hydraulic presses and shit. I'm like, no. Get this away.
Yeah.
Dude, you know it's over for you when the hydraulic press videos start showing up.
Hydraulic.
That is true, yeah.
I've seen those ones.
That's what you
I've seen those very long fucking.
Yeah. Big.
Mm.
Time traveler. Is this World War I or II? The soldiers in World War I.
Ooh.
I'm gonna feed.
That's like. If he can actually take him out.
I'm just like doing random shit at this moment.
Yeah.
Like I know that this is gonna be one thing where like my shit comes out, but like yeah.
This is Elon Musk on a Saturday night. He goes live on Spaces by the name Adrian Dittman. They're playing chess.
Position.
What?
What the fuck are they doing with that castle up there? Huh?
You mean a rook?
Oh, you're right. That's right. I can't do that. And that would lead to that, and this one would lead to the other thing, which would then lead back to that thing, doing that thing with the other thing. Fuck it.
This is Elon Musk live on a Saturday night. Richest man in the world playing video games with a bunch of R words. Giggling like an R child.
Oh man, you had the opportunity to do the funniest thing and you didn't. Unfortunate.
This is Elon Musk on a Saturday night playing video games with a bunch of autistic R words on X, where he goes live underneath the name Adrian Dittman.
Damn. I sealed the deal there.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's
like
right.
Claude's final report to me is like where the slop lives now.md.
I fucking tax fraud.
Where is the slop coming from.md?
It's not where the slop is coming from, rather where it is going to be
I
going.
fucking hate software.md. Look, if you just append .md to anything, it sounds funny.
This isn't Elon Musk.
There's gonna be a whole ass fucking essay inside that MD file.
It's the richest man on earth, Adrian Dittman, aka Elon Musk, wasting his time at a Saturday night with R words.
That MD's all watch up. You better watch your token spend, bro. Miles gonna go crazy.
Two tokens, little bro.
Oh yeah, you figured out that that would have been a better idea.
Yeah, by the way, they reset Satipo because OpenAI had to do great performance. They reset rate limits today. It's not relevant, it's really anyone, but just, yeah. It's relevant to me because now subscription utilization. Wait, what? Yeah, I need to burn more tokens. Oh, fuck yeah. So in the last 30 days, I've used 3 billion tokens and 3.5 billion clock tokens. So stick point.
This is the most fucked. This is the most fucked setup here, in the entire.
5 billion. And we can do more. Did you see Peacetime? I have not
what we're doing even.
Claw. He's burning 600 billion tokens every month. He's paying OpenAI $1.3 million a month in GPU costs just from his fucking token burn.
AJ turned the game.
Cushy up next year, whatever the fuck that is.
Imagine being so autistic that you are burning.
This is the most rage matchup
every month.
I know.
This is just so stupid.
Yeah, it is.
Sitting in your terminal every waking hour so late that you're burning hundreds of thousands of dollars in electricity every month just from GPUs. Like, that's gotta be so fun.
This is Elon Musk live on X Spaces. He goes by the name Pittman. They're playing video games.
You got like 3
They
pieces.
do this every Saturday night. It's pathetic. Elon Musk is a
You know what?
loser.
There. Having a higher electricity bill is now a flex.
That fucking sound. What is that shit? Who's doing that?
They said you're off mute.
He's using toxic.
Oh!
Elon Musk live on a Saturday night.
What is it? Oh yeah, I know, I can do this.
It's pathetic. Does this every Saturday night. Elon.
You know what? Fuck it.
They said you're
Came down to like.
That was a good one. That was a good one. I'm gonna make some steak now. That was a good one. That was funny as fuck. I'm like, this is so fucking hilarious, man.
Both drugs.
What was this even like? What were we even doing, man?
Swung back to the game.
Elon Musk live on a Saturday night.
Stupid. Like,
Plays video games and a bunch of R words. They giggle like schoolgirls. He cooks buttered steak. He burps. It's so stupid. Elon Musk is a loser.
Okay. Oh, fuck. I accidentally rejected. My bad. You're gonna have to like set that again.
I don't feel like
Yeah, Wizard, you're gonna have to try that again. I didn't. I accidentally pressed the reject button. Does he even allow you to do that after you do it once?
And I think the world right now is looking for a line, John, of how you are connecting
There you go.
from what we were talking about. Like, how did it?
Chew. I won't chew. Alright, we're gonna shut down the space and we're gonna go into the Discord server, everybody. Yeah. Alright, go over to the. Yeah, everybody go over to the Discord server. We're gonna sit in there now. Yeah, make cook some steak, do a whole bunch of other things. Alright, see you guys. See you guys next week. Actually, no. We're gonna likely see you all a little sooner. There's something really interesting that might be happening either later this week or later next week. We're gonna see what happens. We're gonna see what happens. Either way, it should be interesting.
Elon
Anyways,
Musk live.
I'll see you guys. Sorry.
Discord because he knows I'm recording.
Pinned post is on my profile, by the way. That's the pinned post on the profile. Go check it out if you need to relate it. That's what the link is. See you guys.
The line, John, of how you are connecting there from what we were talking about. Like, how did it? How did you get from 1 to 2?
Oh, just based on what I heard you two talking. Wendy went for a while, you went for a while, and I didn't know I had to follow some type of like programming schedule or format for you, so I apologize if it's a strong juxtaposition.
Yeah, I think that.
I roasted him good, then he kicked me. could come up.
The line, John, of how you are getting there from what we were about. Like, how did it?
We're at Cat's Deli trying the most famous sandwich in New York.
You know, you've been eating the best pastrami on the wall.
You walk in, get handed a ticket that's $50 if you lose it. Head up to one of the 8 counters with cutters who've been cutting there for absolutely just cutting up all this meat right in front of you. If you tip them, they actually give you some more meat on the side, so make sure to tip the boy. They have this cooler of pastrami where they throw it on the table, just dice it up a million miles per hour. You end up getting an entire brisket, cheese, mustard, and a side of bread for $35. Not a lot of people stack the pastrami and the corn. So I had to try it. This thing looks insane.
Either later this week or later next week. We're going to see what happens. We're going to see what happens. Either way, it should be interesting.
Elon Musk live.
Sarah. What were we doing, man? I get swung back to game.
Elon Musk.
He said, you're weird.
Thousands of dollars in electricity. Swung back to electricity. Thousands in electricity every month just from GPUs. It's just thousands of.
Terms kind of have a theme, and I think the theme of this is more in line with the topic. So I think like later on having it.
Why do you post every day?
Thousands.
attack somebody. You know what I mean? I'm not going to sit here and play games, and it just shows that just how political theater this is for some people. Like, this guy voted to convict Trump. I mean, that's Trump is your leader of your party. Like, what is going on around this place? Like, I don't know. I'm just saying this seems a little bit crazy, nutty, and I think everything you mentioned there, Joe, just to me, in 2026, that might have worked in 1994 or 1998, whatever, jockeying around like that. But I think nowadays, I think everybody can see what's going on, and that's how you kill off kind of what Pepe was saying, these neocons. And yes, the rhinos. I think eventually they'll just have a dying breed. These guys will just be run off. And I'm not saying MAGA is perfect either. I mean, we are in too soon, and something else will take its place. But what I said, I don't think these folks have any future. I'm just gonna say I don't really care. So at least for me.
But I think MAGA dies with Trump, and it to all of the people, and a lot of you probably noticed this, the quote unquote least right wingers, the people that have these edgy stances on, you know, even the shit I will talk about, where I get thoroughly annoyed with, you know, our allyship with certain countries. And the reality is, though, is that the amount of infighting and toxicity and just like, the grifting, and I can kind of see, that's where I could, like when Nav was talking about Massey and Joe, he kind of opinion, I do see a lot of that. And Marjorie Taylor Greene is a very interesting example. She is somebody who I thought was like, why do we have this lot lizard looking bitch that looks like a recovering meth addict, you know, running for Congress, and she's like ew, get this dirty fucking whore off the screen. Like, she's white trash. I don't care what she has to say. And yet, it's kind of interesting. Once you can kind of like get the clout by going against Trump, and one of the things that's most annoying about like the whole shit is like, this is something that's realistic, is that you had the retards of society that always believed in this, you know, there are these elites that are doing blood rituals, and they're drinking the children's blood and raping the children and doing all, you know, whatever. And like when it comes to the Epstein shit, it's just like, okay, this is retarded. We kind of get the breadth of what this pervert did. And you guys want to make it like there's a global conspiracy somehow by uncovering all of this. We'll see a global conspiracy where all problems will be fucking figured out, and we'll see it'll uncover all of the power structures you know, throughout the world. No, this is fucking retarded. This is retard. Now, I am somebody who, to be fair, Trump did say that he was going to release the files, and when you have a bunch of retarded morons who, you know, okay, well, you promised a retard something, and he's not going to forget. And he's out, and, you know, just let him see it. But he didn't release them, and, you know, and that's fucking annoying. So I had no problem with Massey kind of calling him out for that, or Marjorie Taylor Greene. But at the end of the day, like, I do think they had their... I do have to question, like, their actual motives. Like, I think they were clout chasing off of it. Just like they did under 16, where it was edgy to follow Trump. But there's so much toxicity in the Republican Party. And honestly, I don't even know if we're going to have a base left after Trump gets out of office. Like, the populist right, the neocons, people that are further to the right but like not crazy. It's more like libertarian-minded right-wingers, and like who's actually going to lead the party? Like, I have no fucking idea.
40% of the population base for the Republican Party
is pretty easy to achieve. I don't see that. Where the Republicans have struggles with is getting up to the 50% and having a message that wins those people over.
What do you think that is, Joe?
That's kind of how our country is. Same way the Revolutionary War. 30% of the country wanted to go to war, 10 didn't, and 30% didn't give a shit. And I don't think it really changed much. It's just nature of humans.
That Pepe, you see what you did to the room? You killed it. Stupid.
To be fair, there was a nice man who I think he's a really nice guy. And I mean this, I'm not being sarcastic. I think he's a really nice, well-intentioned that was in here earlier.
Seriously?
I don't know what he said. Just don't listen to
Dude,
me.
why are you gonna hurt women like that? Don't be so guy.
I'm not hurting anybody. I just don't like anybody.
It's not sexist. Stop talking. Stop talking. It's not sexist if I don't want anybody to do it. Dumbass.
Don't be sexist.
It's not sexist, you piece of shit.
You're being a piece of shit sexist. Shut up, you fucking biased brain.
Lying bastard who lies all day. You lying liar. I'm not being sexist. I don't.
Face right now.
I don't
You're
fucking
being
want you,
biased.
motherfucker. I don't want you to sing either. So how am I being sexist if I don't want you to sing either, dick?
How do you know I'm not trans? You fucking dick.
I don't want anybody to sing. I don't care who they are.
Who are we talking?
Hi, Donald. Donald, this is John. John, this is John speaking. Moderator. Moderator, I would like to read from a book, one page of Ayn Rand, because I'll be honest with you, like I like your show and I like what you do, and I'm gonna join. Where's the link for the YouTube Live?
That's in the chat.
In the chat.
Yeah, I'm trying to promote my TikTok so that more people will join my TikTok.
All right, let me join the TikTok. So let me ask you this, because this is what I've been reading in Ayn Rand. She's talking about the separation of church and state and the separation of state and economics. And so my theory is, well, not necessarily. My theory is, okay, please hold. My theory is that the Revolutionary War and our founding fathers was actually all about state and economics, and state. But
It's about slavery.
not
Revolution.
revolution. Yeah.
Sorry.
But anyway, it's neither here nor there. But when we get to reparations, because this topic came up all day today on this stupid app, if you look at how many Republicans died fighting the Democrats in the Civil War, because it was a Republican versus Democrat Civil War, over 500,000 people died each other to the death, and millions of casualties. And so the question is, was it worth it? Was it worth it? Because, people today...
It ended slavery. It ended slavery. It was worth it.
Okay, it was worth it. So what people are saying today is they didn't get their 40 acres. They got ripped off.
John's saying it's worth it.
Worth it. Is it worth it? Just like your birth. Was it worth it for your dad to inseminate you? Because do you have any worth?
Absolutely, yes, it's written on the emerald tablets of Toth. First Raleigh himself.
Toth? I don't know. Toth. Thoth is really just a word for thought. And see, in the evolution of human concepts,
The evolutionary of the word has to be Hermes Trismegistus. You forgot about that, John. Hello?
oh, Barbie Mattel is here.
on stage.
Hi, Barbie. Finally, a real woman. See, this is I'm about to leave Clubhouse and go out for the night. And there's so many beautiful women out right now. It's just like mind blowing. Oh my God, the women last night, just unbelievable, unbelievable. Yeah, I'm pre-gaming. I'm about to head out and meet the ladies for the night. Just some of these, Regal. Do you know that Doc's trans and his wife is trans and he's on disability. He's on disability.
Were you trans, man?
No, not literally, as in I'm a woman, but I am trans. I'm transforming my entire. Barbie, welcome to the stage.
Come on, John. Hey. I want to break free. Come on, John.
I want to break free.
Not fucking sing.
I will be gay and be happy forever.
John.
And be free from the trans. Hello? Why did I get mute? Oh, well, can I
told you no.
Can I whistle though?
No, you can't whistle. No.
Can I play a musical instrument?
I don't care. No music.
No music. All right. Barbie Mattel, what's up? What are you doing tonight, Barbie Mattel?
I'm going out with you.
Oh, shit. Well, don't forget to bring your cigarettes.
I don't smoke.
Word?
What's an F word? A fag?
No. Feeling
Woman and a fag and feeling frisky. Wow. Okay, thanks.
Oh, I remember Barbie. Barbie, it was so interesting because you were talking about how you discovered gay, and then you were also talking about how you were being sexually abused.
Whoa, John, bro, you need to calm down, dude.
No, this is a room that Barbie had a couple. Remember?
Nah, dude.
Barbie, I'm gonna make you a mom.
I remember that room.
Relax, dude.
If you get.
Well, I was just wondering because, basically your timeline.
That's a little much, dude. John, that's a little much too much.
You were just talking about murdering people. You were talking about murdering people, Regal.
Breaking free, remember, John?
Oh, that's right. I'm ready to be gay. I'm ready to be gay. I'm ready to be happy forever. I am gay inside of my tuchus. Put it in my tuchus.
No fucking singing.
No joy in here, I see. All right, well, if you say so, Donald, it's your show. I call it the Me God Exists show. It's really just a variety of the Gong show because after you're fully entertained and exhausted with an annoying person, then you just kick them. And then the game starts afresh with a new R-word participant. No, you'll see. I
don't kick people.
Well, I'm sure I'm going to get kicked pretty soon.
I almost never kick you.
What? Regal, do you know Donald is a fan of my YouTube channel? Donald watches my YouTube lives.
You're an artard, dude. I don't use the R word. They call you an artard.
Artard alert. Artard alert.
Let's not even refer to that word, please.
Hey,
somebody put a bunch of happy faces. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Anyways, Donald, you said that it's impossible to separate state and economics. I don't understand. Why is that impossible?
I said it's pretty much impossible.
Why is that pretty much possible?
Well, because
John, is it impossible for me to drag my nuts across your face?
Talk to Barbie. Maybe Barbie's into that. I'm not down with that.
Oh, is that okay? Why?
John, why don't you want to talk to me? Come on.
Don't want to talk to you? Well, are you a homosexual man? Are you a homosexual man, Regal?
What if I am?
Oh, we got Image here, a man of the Lord. Amen. Say it loud. Say it proud. Amen. Welcome, Image, King of the City.
Welcome,
John, Barbie, Donald, Regal.
A man of the Lord, a powerful man. Finally, a believer is
John,
here.
Chill out for a second. John, chill out for a second.
Amen.
So, image of love. Do you believe in God?
I believe in many things, but I don't know what it means to other people.
If you
It's a word.
right, do you believe in, like, personally?
What is God to you?
Well, to me, it's fiction, but I'm an atheist. So, what is God to you?
I don't believe in fiction. I'll say that. It's a word. So, but I believe in truth, though. So, if I'm saying that truth is God, yeah.
Be God. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, it wouldn't make sense to you because you said fiction.
Well, let me ask you a question here. If God, hypothetically, if no God existed, would that be true?
You said no God existed. If you said, well, if you're thinking about it as fiction.
Well, no. Just listen to the hypothetical. It's nothing to do with the real world, okay? In a hypothetical, imaginary world, if no God existed, would that?
If God was just a word, then it would still be true.
So God can't be truth. Because if God didn't exist, it still exists.
Yeah, God is just a word.
No. Yeah, and if that thing didn't exist, if that thing be truth, is what I'm saying.
What, G-O-D?
Whatever you consider this God thing, it can't be truth. That's an ink statement.
See, you would really like Ayn Rand, because Ayn Rand essentially separates mysticism from ethics. And when you know what superstition is, and you know what, essentially is delusional thinking, because society is based on knowledge and it's based on trade. And so all I'm trying to say is, I hope you have a great show tonight. When I get in my YouTube live version on, Image, enjoy yourself. Donald here is a special one. He recently got on disability, and he's living his best life live streaming on YouTube. Thank you very little. Regal, I'll leave you to it. Gentlemen, Barbie, madam, is that, if that's your correct pronoun? Ladies and gentlemen, I bid you adieu and farewell.
Hey, appreciate you coming through, John.
Thank you for coming by. So, everybody in the audience, thank you for coming by. Feel free to come on stage. I can't use names right now. I don't want to put on my glasses. So, Image, what I was saying is that your statement that...
For real. He was really jerking off.
Well, I've been accused of jerking off on camera a few times, but I've also accused of picking my nose. It's called Boogergate or Jerk-Off Gate.
Did you say on camera?
On camera!
Yeah, cool. So you're cool.
I had an illegal alien from Guatemala come over and get funky on YouTube.
Tell Abby that she throws up in the bathroom, okay? Can you tell that for me?
That freak show that escaped from the Chernobyl reactor? That creature? What happened to that that cat-looking woman? Child under the stairs. Mommy and Daddy didn't feed her enough. What happened to that one?
No, she's a fat, morbidly obese bitch.
Oh, and thanks, by the way, for sending me Yael's pussy pictures. That really, made my life so much better. Really had fun looking at Yael's pussy pictures. Thank you, cowgirl. What a treat that was. I asked so many people. You were the only one who could come through. You got that power about you.
I always give the details on Clubhouse.
I thought you were a black guy. Turns out you're like a ugly Hispanic Latino, a weird-looking gay guy or something.
Well, do you want to fuck or not?
No, not at all. Maybe Dr. Adams and you can meet together sometime.
You're just jealous. At least I look better than Abby.
I'm just saying, I think everybody always thought you were... Isn't that interesting? You sound black.
How do I sound black? Tell me.
You tell me. Does everyone here think he was white or black until I brought it up?
No, definitely a fucking Asian.
An Asian? Like he's Asian or something?
I'm Filipino, you stupid ass. I'm not...
Oh, he's a flip. Dog. Ah, kapun kan, talaga ba? Babalabadabada.
I'm Filipino. I'm not Mexican, you stupid ass. Who told you that lie?
No, buddy, I don't know. I saw your picture and I was like, oh my God, I thought he was a black guy. Anyways, I'm going out for the night because there are so many beautiful women out tonight and the weather is great. Give me a good pickup line. What do you think I should say to the first beautiful baby?
So you broke up with your girlfriend? Oh shit.
If I told you doggy style was my favorite position, would that turn you against me?
Who the fuck is this? Is this John? Oh, this is.
I think that's a good one. I was going to say, excuse me, can I ask you a question? And then she'll say, ask me a question. I'll say, yes, ask you a question. Do you believe in hypnosis?
Phones in your area? And she's like, what the hell is this? And yeah.
Why do you have so many cell phones in your apartment, John? What are you doing? Well, I come on Clown House, which is a social conference call where people from all around the world waste all their time.
Like, you guys, the fact that you guys bastardize that name.
Well, John is a great name. Not many people know that he was the forerunner to Jesus. So it's really the cult of John. And Jesus was just one of the cult members of John.
There's probably Richard.
Not a cult.
Zach, how are you, Zach? I didn't see you there. Who modded Zach? Don't mod Zach! Hey, buddy, how you doing?
I'm good.
Good to hear it.
John Kitover, did you get the message, the pictures of Abby? I sent you in the back channel a long time ago.
Yeah, as soon as I saw him, I had to run to the bathroom and puke in the toilet.
So what did she say when she saw your camera?
Well, actually, I just want to say one more thing about Abby's photo. When I saw that, I actually ran to the bathroom and I diarrhea and puked at the same time. I was that repulsed. I was like, I always knew there was something going on with this girl. Why didn't she ever post a PTR?
Did you tell Abby this when you grew up, when you saw her picture?
She knows all about it. She knows she got outed. There's no that. When you are born in Chernobyl and your face is basically like chicken noodle soup and you look like a cat creature from under the stairs, well, life's cruel. Not everybody's born beautiful and symmetric. Some people are born and they look like a melted Snickers bar. Hello?
Are you a beautiful human being?
I don't know. That's me in the PTR. Look at my big nostril. Look at my nose. At it. Would you look at it? Just look at it. Look at it. Just look at it. Look at it. Look at it. Look at that nose. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. Stop talking and look at it. You're still talking. Look at it.
Pretty too.
Who's pretty?
So he brought a girl over, Kristen, and she fucking said.
Oh no, he had a girlfriend and everything. So I'm kind of wondering, what the hell?
Who are you talking about?
I mean, what will someone date him? Look at him.
Hello?
I don't know. I bet she was like, oh, he's going to be the next senator. I'm going to be a senator's wife. I opened the closet full of phones, and she's like, oh, fuck. I'm going to have to live.
Oh, you know what Cowgirl taught me to do? You put your chin down low, and then you say, no!
I never taught you that.
Yeah, you did.
My verb.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's basically. It's the same thing. Oh, cum burp. A cum fart burp.
Dude, I thought that. I heard that. Next to my ear.
Clip it! Clip it!
Oh, okay, I'm out.
See, I thought because you were black, that was okay that you get an N-word pass because you are black. But turns out you're a Filipino man.
And you're just jealous that I'm a fucking vanilla faggot.
I like Zach's laugh there. Zach was like, ha, ha, good one. Ha, ha.
John Kitover, military, and guys like you go after Filipinos, so by all means, when I'm going to marry you.
Oh shit! I bet you're his son.
Oh shit!
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Let me get that VA money.
Oh shit! Well, if you want, just go to your local VA hospital, go chat up a bunch of veterans. I'm sure you'll have a date every Friday night. I heard this guy at the VA hospital the other day. He didn't even sound American, and you know what he was saying? He was on the phone with somebody. He's like, "Oh my God, thank God for America, man. Fucking thank God for America."
I wonder
God,
if he's
thank God
given
for
a
America.
sample to 23andMe. What do you think? You could.
Never did it. Never did it.
Sure.
Nope. Not in the bankruptcy filings.
He's not a Jew.
So, were you in the military? I'm just wondering.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you were definitely with that.
This is public knowledge because he was going to run. He's running for mayor, and all the information.
No, actually they don't. Believe it or not, like when I ran for Congress, I didn't even post a resume. I didn't have a LinkedIn account. Nobody knew where I worked at.
Running for mayor.
I know, it's the same thing. I'm just saying when you run for office, you're not required to disclose your resume.
Yes, I know, but they're going to dig stuff up and they're going to find information. They're like, oh,
he was live on YouTube for all those years. Who was he talking to? What was he talking about?
He's a stand-up man because he's what part of the military. So a bit deeper.
Digging deeper, all the way to my high school academic career and sport career. Wow.
So that's what you're signing up for.
The fucking personality of like fucking 14-year-old.
14-year-old? Well, you gotta come to one of my book club rooms where I read a book.
Times. Good dad jokes. Can you believe that?
Oh.
Hey, have you ever heard about the new pirate movie though? New pirate movie? That's a good dad joke. This guy is
John Kitover. Yeah, I know. But you know what? If he was listening, his dad joke could have been used on his next date. And maybe that joke was really used. Oh, no, he can't play it.
Hello?
Blown shit. As usual.
Hello?
You guys get off the hill.
Hello?
You gotta be like
Hello?
40. Oh, you gotta be 28. You sound like a young.
Hello?
Oh, what?
Hello?
He had a fever when he was 12.
Hello?
Who's that?
I'm gonna lean into this nasal.
John, I'm gonna suck your fucking damn half-Jewish cock in this throat.
And no.
He gone.
Hey.
Bye.
No, girl.
Bye-bye.
Somebody actually fucking booted him? Oh my goodness.
No, stupid. Check your fucking screen, you alcoholic.
Dude, he went down to the bottom. Obviously, either he went down himself or somebody booted him.
Oh, my fingers up too.
Wow. That's good. We had to put the toddler to sleep for
Because I think this is important what you're mentioning. So, the way that we feel time passes just from when you're awake, right? So, when... Hey, no, let me stop now. Guys, don't get over it. Right.
Sorry, buddy.
May I continue?
Yeah, go.
Thank you. So when you're the brain system that creates a...
He so happened not to be a fuck up.
No, he didn't inherit that business from his parents.
Wait, are you sure?
I have an ad too.
Yeah, I'm positive.
I'll try here to relate it to the whole thing. Different periods in time of our life, our mind goes through different moments of maturity. What you'll see in how you, when you're younger, in your teenage years, and in your 20s, and then things change by the time you get into your adulthood. You become a teacher from like 25 up to 55. And then what happens later on when people that are older, they go into where they share their wisdom of what life has been like for them. And I think there is a difference in some of the speakers that you speak to based upon they are at the level of their age and maturity. And I think when you're dealing with Edward, he's just sharing wisdom rather than being a teacher, if that makes sense. On Edward personally, my other point, I've known him a long time. He's actually in the political space. And I'm not going to go into all the details. He's not here. But he's pretty influential in California and things like that. So, like, he actually does some pretty significant.
No, I think that absolutely. Was somebody who threw me off the first time I talked to him. Because, I'm a very reactionary person, probably obviously see that. But at the height of BLM, and I'm just talking all of this fucking shit, I'm unloading everything, that, and of course, if you remember on the app at the time, you have all these pro-black rooms that would just absolutely rude to white people, say horrible shit about white people. And, I would make my rooms, and then, at least at the time, there weren't really any other people doing it, at least at the scale I was doing it. And so I'd have these big rooms, and then he would talk like, okay, Pepe. And then it was a very grandfatherly way of talking to me, which I do think it was, and I think he's a much more conservative person than I am. Like I've been
I got kicked from the room.
He was.
Coco.
Basically say how like ultimately you're in control of your life and yada yada yada. You have to live with the consequences of your decisions. Like it's like yeah, okay, obviously. And he, in a way, if you were having to listen to your grandpa, he was giving you like real advice. It's like in terms of your world, not in terms of trying to like solve the country or the world's problems or anything like that, but like your fucking life.
This is the Pepe R word boy.
You need to do in order to make the best of it, and you can either make poor decisions or good decisions, and you can't really disagree with that. And so, like I'm still fond of him. He's obviously thoroughly annoyed and angry.
Yeah, this is like the fourth night in a row. You guys have butted heads.
Yeah, I don't dislike him. Like,
no, I know that. You just have a differing opinion, and obviously he's gonna hold tight to his thoughts.
Look, I think he's a better influence than being realistic. Like he did say, like, don't listen to Pepe. Well, I think depending on the audience,
Pepe is a retard.
You should not. Obviously, if we were talking to teenage boys or girls, you would obviously want to listen to Edward over me. Nobody would disagree with that. If we were to say, like, who would, and you guys can show how you trust him, that's fine. But even if I were you, you'd be like, would you trust Pepe or Edward more to watch your home while you went on vacation? Every one of you motherfuckers will say, and it's fine. Because if I were you guys, I would say Edward as well. And so, it's he's that likable and of a guy. So no ill will against him, but I do think that when it comes to conservatives, that is one of the things that has always thoroughly annoyed me about this, is that these cookie cutter doctrinaire prescriptions for how people should live their lives, well, they may be the masses, it's not reality. People don't come from loving, not everybody comes from a loving home with him, and not everybody is born
I think did this start
like him.
Did this start in the relationship room that I had? Is that where the first real butting of heads? Because I remember, obviously he's gonna have his thoughts on all that stuff. I think that was the first time, right, Pepe?
Well, I ended up pushing back eventually.
Yeah.
It's just like he would tell his life story and like how this is their roadmap for success, and it's just like I'm here. All I would hear is like, "Oh, you had two, probably intelligent, rational parents that raised their kids right. Okay, that you have. Okay, they gave you a roadmap for your life, and you did that roadmap, and you were successful. Okay, you did the same thing with your kids. Okay, check. Amazing.
So, by the way, you weren't the only one. Dr. J was super.
Yeah, Doctor.
Holy
yeah.
shit! Both of you guys were really working on people.
Yeah, but Dr. J and I are rather, I would say, when it comes to our outlook,
Like
when it comes to
your
how
social issues, you guys are very similar. Like how you look at just like how his life isn't perfect. I mean, I understand.
Yes.
That.
No, absolutely. And so he was somebody who would look at. So Dr. J, he's somebody who actually, I guess, would have more of a. And this is what's also, and I hate to be mean, but the people that I've disliked on the right throughout my existence as a Republican since I was 18 years old has been the Christian right. I've always thought that they were the most obnoxious. But they will continue to make our party less attractive, and and also they have like zero nuance. They're very rigid people, and okay, he's one of those people, in my opinion, which is fine. I don't want to knock him for being religious. I'm not a religious person, but he is. But yeah, I would forget my fucking point, but I just the simple answer to think that like you can have. I think Dr. J is rather similar to me, and to think that like religion can solve every fucking problem is absolutely fucking retarded. You literally have like, for example, and he was coming from it from more of like a scientific perspective or empirically scientific perspective. And I was doing this too. It's like, look, you have people with different personality traits, people with actual illnesses, and this is not really within the realm of religion to mediate, even though, they'll all claim they can do that. And it was really hard to listen to people like Edward. If you have a different understanding, like, here's the biggest disconnect. Okay, so he will try to say like, oh, it's as simple as making choices. Despite his good upbringing. But the reality is, though, is that people are actually born with a need to be a drug addict, much more so than other groups, or other people. I don't mean other groups, but I mean certain individuals are. It's genetic. And the maladies that affect people are so disparate. I mean, people grow up like in truly horrible conditions and have to endure truly horrible abuse. But we're gonna pretend like Here's this guy who's had this nice, stable family, has the fucking roadmap. No, your family, I'm glad your family's like that. I wish every family had a good, loving family that had their kids walk the straight and narrow. But that is a feeling to think that is ever going to be a fucking reality anywhere, let alone the United States. That's not how people are. We're more complicated than that. But he has a very simplistic solution for a very complicated problem, which it never fucking works. Anyways, if you guys talk to him, you can tell him I don't hate the guy. I don't. He's a bad person.
A lot worse than you. I can assure you that, Pepe. I think, if anything, he looks at you as a talented, bright person that he's trying to share his wisdom with.
No, he said I'm a dumbass. But he, to be fair,
That was the worst so far. He said you're a dumbass. He said he would block you. I was like,
I don't think he said I was a dumbass. I think he said like I'm somebody who speaks a lot with.
yeah, I mean that's essentially. But obviously he gets worked up, so he's gonna say something. That's what he meant. You know what I mean? But the blocking was pretty interesting. I mean, maybe
he blocked me.
He said he would block you. I don't know if you caught that.
No, I didn't.
Saying if you removed him or something like that, so he reacted.
I haven't removed you yet. I think you said that to him, remember?
Oh, yeah. He said that, like, if you removed me...
You do that, I'll block you. What's up?
And you had the big, and you'd be blocked by everybody, and I'm just like, dude, this wasn't even my fucking point. I think he was trying to say that, my opinion when he said that is that too much of a pussy to block him, because he somehow has so much, like, I don't know,
right.
Clout to being more, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, for transparency, he's actually one of the few I quote unquote know in real life on this app, like only one person. Actually, it's kind of interesting because he is local to me. Now it's just over phone or whatever. So that's why I'm like, just giving you a heads up that I'm like, oh, you gotta be careful.
I've seen him. No,
yeah.
like I've seen because he would go on like
what is that app? Yeah. Chatter,
and like I've seen him, and look, he's not a bad man, like whatsoever. We disagree on something. Now, the reality is that he's a religious person. He's more conservative than me. I say things that religious people would say, like, oh my God, how dare you? Lefties would say, how dare you? And right-wing people would say, how dare you? Yes, I am that person. He's like condemning me for saying, crossing those boundaries. Like, that's fine. And I don't think that makes him like. I don't think he's I don't think when he gets pushed back against me, like it makes him a bad person. But I am, at the end of the day, somebody disagrees with them, and he does not like how I do that, and that, like it doesn't. At the end of the day, I would say he's probably a nicer, better person than even I am. Like I'm not, despite my agreements with him. This has nothing to do with him as a person. It's just I just completely disagree with him, and what he thinks is a solution for saving the fucking country.
Yeah, I agree that that's the grievance you have with him. I don't think when I hear him talk what his grievance is with you, I think when I hear him talk, and this is his opinion, is that he says that
you talk about subjects that you're not well versed in. That's largely what he. That's kind of like his main theme or main topic. Maybe he doesn't get the shock value type of entertainment you're known for.
Well, no, I don't think it's just that. It's just that you do have one of the biggest problems they have with conservatives is that they're somebody like him. Like, for example, he's I'm not going to speak to his upbringing, but you get people that are thought to think a very certain way, and then you get some of these people are extremely rigid, which a lot of conservatives are, and people on the right can be rather, or left can be rather rigid too. But when you question them on these things, it's almost like
show about people saying nothing.
I was pointing to when it came to his, you couldn't answer. For example, when
the show of retards trying to form sentences about nothing.
Evangelical support for Israel. Now, I get it. A lot of people like to say that, oh, you can't be a Catholic and be a Zionist, which is largely bullshit. You have a lot of converted to Catholicism, and they like to say this shit. But yeah, you can absolutely be a Zionist. But the only difference is that we don't this as being a part of our eschatology. In other words, like a part of our end times scenario. When you have somebody like him who's like super principled, and I would say this is, he is an individual. Once you start to go against like a tenet that he holds to believe to be true, like he's gonna be like it's gonna fuck with them. I don't know how else to say it. Like he's gonna. I think like he was insulted that I even questioned that, and I don't know what to say. Like look, if you're a Catholic,
Armand, can you go in there and say that Pepe is an R word and that the Pepe emotional show is so stupid and pathetic? Thanks, Armand.
All Jews have to live in Israel in order to usher in the end times? No, we don't. Israel is considered the church.
Israel is considered the church.
Up until 200 years ago, that's what Israel was. It was the fucking church. It wasn't Jews living in Israel. Christians all universally believe.
The Pepe Retard Show. Oh God, God help us.
It won't let me copy and paste something so big.
Elliot! Elliot is back!
United by extreme devotion to a person, idea, belief, or belief system. Yeah, that's fucking religion. And
the internet is for people that just don't like books anymore.
Organization that use coercive control, aka you're gonna burn in hell, manipulation, if you don't do this you're gonna burn in hell, and thought reform to exploit members and restrict their personal autonomy.
What's the cartels? Exactly, they work with the cartels. But
you know what?
Fuck. So, I can't, motherfucker. Fine. What this is what they chose, right? So they
demonstrate, repeating it and demonstrate.
Brother, you demonstrate what's within you. That's your
Don't
personal
make the
stuff.
claim. If you can't demonstrate that you don't make the claim, you lying piece of shit. If you can't demonstrate it, you are fucking lying, and that makes you a piece of shit. It's not my fucking problem, dude. If you make the claim, you should be able to demonstrate it. If you can't demonstrate
that's not how it works.
Listen, I had 2 words left. I had fucking words left, you piece of shit. If you can't demonstrate it, don't make the claim.
That was like 10 words, brother.
Yeah, so as far as like demonstrations when it comes down to experience, you can only give them words usually unless they want to and have faith in those words that he gives you. Someone has when someone is given explanation about themselves.
can't give a formal syllogistic argument, and then you wouldn't even know that a formal syllogistic argument.
It really is dinner for schmucks.
That's the thing, right? It's an actual
Let it finish. He's teaching you something.
Then you guys just
Let him finish. He's teaching you something.
Make believe. Backs all of this up.
Metaphysics backs all of this up.
What is it? Now we from epistemology to like fucking metaphysics. Okay, great. You know, we went from knowledge claim to like everything's great.
Hey guys, I just got in here. What is the topic?
These guys are playing like make believe philosophers in here, and I'm like calling them out on it.
Because it's actually, if they haven't taken time to dissect their claims, they're presenting it. Too embarrassing, bro. I like reality so that you can present.
You don't even know what reality is.
You have tools like logic and philosophy. God has
You don't
given
even
you.
know what reality is. Reality is a construct, right? And everybody chose to be here.
Demonstrate that. Instead of repeating yourself over and over, make a fucking, give some fucking evidence for that. I don't, listen, I'm going to move you to the audience now. Barbie, are you still around? Alright, I'm gonna move you to the fucking audience.
There's no need to, bro. I'm having a convo with you.
You're not.
Shut up, dude. You're gonna get spanked by Barbie.
It's 4 people off the mic.
Shut up. Listen, you demonstrate that the thing that you're saying exists in objective reality. You can't just claim over and over, you're trying to be here, you chose to be here. That's all you're doing is just repeating yourself. Stop repeating yourself and demonstrate that we chose to fucking be here.
I think by him saying that if we chose to be here because it goes in with Jeremiah 29:11, for I know the plans for you, or no, what's the verse? He says, I knew you, before you were formed, I knew you.
He doesn't hold his picture, babe. He doesn't hold his picture.
That's a good verse. Definitely resonates.
But it does
No,
not.
it does, because if he knew us, if he knew us, I'm pretty.
Where I'm kind of, it's not specific to
The Pepe Show! The longest running retard show in Clownhouse history.
your religiosity. I think it's largely bullshit. And, but as you can see, this is why I've never called conservative. I think, Joe, you can kind of understand now.
Traitor. Yes, you were conservative.
They're very different, though. Like, conservatism's a political ideology. What you're hitting at are different denominations of Christianity, and then there's party politics as well. We oftentimes discuss party
Well,
politics.
no, I'll hit it. I'll hit it all religions.
Like Christianity's fake.
Yeah, you do hit it. We're not taking that away. But I'm talking about kind of the three subjects that often get brought up. Theology and different denominations of Christianity and different. There's also different denominations. Even of the Catholic Church, they have different orders from different teachings. Jews have different rabbis. They have different teachings as well. The interpretations of this stuff. There's a lot of. I think you hit on a lot of this stuff. Maybe he's just asking you to bring more.
Welcome to the Pepe R-word boy, where we're making fun of the R-word known as Pepe.
Christians got it right, or do you think they're very much like a cult?
I say that, well, I would say, you have the Zoroastrian and Canaanite religion that, the Jews, a lot of their shit ends up getting, it's a repetition of their shit, and then you have Christians which Christianity, depending on who you talk to, and the Jewish.
Are you answering my question, Pepe?
Yeah. Okay. So, but you have depending on. I think Jesus was real. He might have been when I say Jesus, none of them is a God.
Definitely, I can tell you right now, Jesus exists. He existed. Now, rather, he was like, there was definitely a man named Jesus.
But some Jews will say that Jesus is like a story of many individuals, and there's evidence of a specific Jesus.
Listen, this is going to sound crazy what I'm about to say, but the reason why I know this to be true is this is going to sound crazy, but I buy pirate gold from a friend of mine, like constantly. I actually just bought a piece today, which is a very amazing piece from a ship that sunk, right? And he started pulling out pieces that were like crazy. I was like, what the fuck? I'm talking like before Christ, 3,000 years ago type of shit like that. You know what I mean? And he broke down to me the coins. Jesus exists. It was crazy. I should bring him in and talk. So I believe Jesus existed. The thought religion. I don't know, with everything that's happening with these UFOs and all this shit, I don't know what I believe right now, dude, to be completely honest with you. There's so much shit going on, like, I believe in a higher power, but I think religion itself is a farce. I think it's...
I'm rather...
What's
kind
that?
of unique
I think,
on the right.
I think religion is just, it's man-made. It's man-made because we need a way to control people. So, I hate to say it, because I do believe in a God, I do believe in a higher power. I just don't believe...
How do you feel about Jesus, specifically? It's not the religion. I can respect that, but just, him, the man,
Here's what I would say. I would say there's a lot of stories about Jesus, and from what I understand, just from the gold that I bought recently, and the Roman Empire, and understanding the Roman Empire and all this stuff, he was a real... So, he definitely existed, definitely caused a lot of issues. This man definitely had a following. In fact, they were the first religion that were willing to die for their leader. You know what I mean? It was a serious...
by the millions, too.
Yeah, it was a serious problem for the Romans. It was a fucking huge problem. So, I believe there was a man named... I believe he died. I believe I know they crucified him. I know the shroud, all that stuff. I believe all that stuff. I just don't know if he was, if he was a god. You know what I mean? I don't know if he was, the Father, Son, because no evidence has pointed to me.
But it sounds fucking silly. I really heard this motherfucker was a god. I feel like I'm gonna be in hell for saying this because I was raised Catholic, but you have so many people who claim to be a messiah throughout fucking history.
And that's exactly
how many of them changed the fundamental moral of the world?
Well, I'll tell you. Do you want to talk about that? Do you think Charles Manson had founding effect on the world?
No, I don't think.
Hold on. Let's talk about this because Charles Manson has had movies, shows, and books, and he the entire world knows who Charles Manson is. Does that make you?
That's not true. That's not true. Charles Manson is. If you go to China, and if you ask Chinese people about Charles Manson, they don't know who the fuck that is.
I mean, everybody knew, 30 years ago, every Charles Manson was. He was that famous.
No. And Michael Jackson was doing more famous before him. But just real quick,
Is my gun?
So
Sorry, is my mic on? Yeah. Knowing who someone is changing the world is different things. What Jeremy said down here was, the question is, how did Charles Manson change the world? Because I can tell you what Jesus Christ did.
And so, just to get roughly 1/3 of the world is literally Christian. himself his follower. That's 1/3 of every human on Earth. Talk about, oh well, some dude had some fame. It's like, okay, I mean, Michael Jackson was famous. Like, he wasn't a messiah. Even Muslims, the only thing about Christ is whether or not he was literally